Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Symposium on Medical Education 2023, presented by National Defense Medical Center. For our opening session, please join me in welcoming the President of National Defense Medical Center, General Chen Yuanhao.
Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, Akishita Sensei, Ohio, and to our medical education experts and all our dear colleagues. I am principal of the school, National Defense Medical Centers, Major General Chen, and good morning, everyone. And here I want to extend our warmest and heartfelt welcome to all of you, especially all of the participants online. National Defense Medical Centers convenes the International Symposium for the Medical Education annually. And this year's we focus on two important topics, just to show you on the slides. First of all is gender difference. The second is artificial intelligence. And both these two topics demands our exploration and our attention. And so that's why we delved into both concurrently. First of all, is we know that the aging for the global population shows us a pretty paramount important challenges for the healthcare. So how to promote this healthcare will be the big challenge and the vital objective. So that's why we are so lucky and fortunate to have the distinguished speakers, Masahiro Akishita Sensei will give us such wonderful present. And he's the president of the Japan Society for Gender Medicine and Medical Care, and he will show his perspective lectures. I should say Akishita Sensei, いつもお世話になりました。ありがとうございます。And furthermore, I think the consideration for the gender difference and the consistent held a key roles within the medical fields. Because the inherent variation in how the individuals of different genders perceive and response and necessities to the medical care. So that's why we have a very strong beliefs. We have the distinguished lecturers from Professor Longda Shippingers, who is from the Stanford University. And also we have the Professor Cai Changfu from the National Taiwan University, who delivers the pioneer insight, will have potential to reshape our outlook and understanding in difference of the gender-specific aspect in both medicine and in medical education. And on the other hand, the integration of the artificial intelligence will revolute our approach to the healthcare and medical education. So by using the artificial intelligence, it will equip us with the wealth data and tools to enhance our diagnosis precision. Also refine our treatment methodologies and it elevates the effectiveness of the medical education. So we have the two esteemed speakers here online, Professor Zachi Atias from the Mayo Clinical, and another is Professor Girash Nadkarni and from the Mount Sinai Hospital. And both of them will share their invaluable experience in developing the AI within the clinical setting. In the afternoon session, we will extend our lecture and the talks into the digital health and the AI language. So we have the Professor Jiang Rongxian from the Chengong Memory Hospital. And we also have the Professor Lin Qin from the National Defense Medical Centers, which showed us an invaluable experience and profound impact by using the AI EKG technologies on clinical trial. So through this symposium, we can engage each others. We hope everyone have a pleasant and a fruitful journey today. I also thank you to all the participants here and online And also, we also thank all the moderators, scholars, and helpers to make the success of this conference. Let us work together for the advancements in medical education and medical science. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chen, for your warming remarks. And we will have a group photo for in transition. So for our online participants, we will be back at 9 o'clock sharp. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome all of you join the International Symposium on Medical Education 2023. The main theme of the symposium is gender difference, medical artificial intelligence, and medical education. Today also marks the first annual conference of Taiwan Gender Medicine Society. I'm Dr. Juntai Lee, Deputy Superintendent of Tri-Service General Hospital, Chairman of the School of Medicine National Defense Medical Center, and the President of Taiwan Gender Medicine Society and the Taiwan Stroke Society. It's my honor to chair Professor Masahiro Akishida. Dr. Akishida is professor of the Department of Geriatric Medicine, the University of Tokyo, and the Vice Superintendent of the University of Tokyo Hospital, and the President of the Japan Geriatric Society, and the current Japanese Association for gender-specific medicine. His major fields are geriatric medicine and gender medicine. Professor Akishida research interests includes frailty, sarcopenia, dementia, and geriatric syndrome, such as polypharmacy. He developed guidelines for appropriate drug use for the elderly in Japan, and has been working in the government committee for the polypharmacy issue. He also spent many years for the research of gender difference and the role of sex hormones in geriatric medicine. Especially, Professor Masahiro Akishida studied the effects of estrogen and androgen on vascular aging and clarify their protective physiology. It is vital to keep longevity with good quality and good quality life and the independent activities of daily living, on spiritually, mentally, and physiologically. The title of Dr. Akishida's speech is Gender Medicine for Health Aging. Let's applaud and welcome Professor Akishida to start his brilliant speech.
Thank you very much for kind introduction, Professor Lee. Okay, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And as he introduced me, I'm now president of the Japanese Association for Gender-Specific Medicine. So, but my expertise is geriatric medicine. So I'd like to focus on the gender medicine in this field, geriatric field. So actually, my title is Gender Medicine for Healthy Aging. And this is my disclosure. Okay, so gender medicine or gender-specific medicine consists of sex difference and gender difference. And sex means biological difference between men and women. That implies genetics and hormones, especially sex hormones. And gender implies also biological plus social issues, such as behavior, lifestyle, and so some economical issues, or living alone. Okay, so the living alone is very important for older people. Okay, and now the gender innovation is a hot topic in Japan. It's from not from the medical field, medical world, parts from the industrial world. Okay, so many companies like to develop the product which reflects gender difference. Okay, and so now the companies like to put a big money to, to the research on gender innovation, and also our government is going to put big money for the research of the gender innovation and gender medicine. That's a very big issue. And okay, so sorry about that. And sometimes, but this, Japanese and Chinese character implies gender discrimination. So some people are against about this word. So our society is wondering whether we should change the name of our society. English name is okay, but Japanese name, this one? How do you feel about that? Okay. Anyway, so it's going to my agenda. So my first part is healthy life expectancy and disability. Here you can see the, okay, so I'd like to excuse about my talk because I'm not familiar with the status of the gender medicine in Taiwan, so mainly my talk is from the Japanese data. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so this is national data, and here you can see, okay, so this graph, that data shows on one good news. Good news is that healthy life expectancy is extending in parallel with an extension of life expectancy, okay? If that is in parallel. So the bad news is we still have 9 years of gap in men, and the gap is 12 years in women. So big difference, even though the women live longer. So women live alone for many years after their husband passed away, right? And okay, so, and also this data shows that many older adults live with disability for 9 or 12 years. As a result, now we have a long-term care insurance system in Japan, and 70% of our recipients are women in Japan as a result. And this slide shows the causes of long-term care or disability. That's the same meaning is exactly in Japan. And in case of men, a large part is cardiovascular disease related, such as stroke or heart failure. But in case of women, main cause is related to dementia, joint disease, or fracture, or falls, or senility. So we can say that they are frailty related. So the frailty is very big issue, especially in women. And so the next talk is about frailty and sarcopenia. Frailty differs from disability. It's a prestige of disability, pre-disability, okay? So this is disability. This is frailty, okay? This is just an image, okay? And this slide shows a trajectory analysis of community dwelling elderly who live to up to 90 years old. Now the average lifespan in Japan is 84 or in men, and 87 or 8 in women. So most people live up to 90 years old. And here you can see the data in men. Nearly 10% of men live healthy and independently. So they may suddenly die. But it's a good case, you know. But this is only 10%. And nearly 20% suffer from stroke or cancer or nephrology disease, which is have HD. So they live with disability for a long time. This is a very bad case, actually the worst case. And here you can see nearly 70% of men live independently until up to 70 years. Then after that, the independency declines here. But if you look at same analysis in women, this analysis was done by female researchers, so that this is not a gender discrimination, okay? Professor Akiyama, Hiroko Akiyama. And there is no group with this type. And cause on women, the prevalence or incidence of cancer or cardiovascular disease is lower in women. So here it's only 12% of women suffer from or is this okay this type, and nearly 90% of women independently before 70, and their independency declines gradually. So 70% versus 90% is an issue. And cause of frailty is a pre-disability. So these are the frailty status. And this slide shows the process of frailty. But actually, frailty consists of multi-factors, such as physical, that includes sarcopenia, joint disease, or osteoporosis, and also psychological frailty is a very big issue, which includes dementia and depression and other mental illness. And socioeconomic frailty is also a big issue in Japan and maybe also in Taiwan. And so, these three components may interact in bad ways, worse ways. Okay, so the previous slide shows a concept, but actually the definition, how you define frailty is totally different. Okay, also, of course, we have many methods to evaluate frailty, and you can evaluate many aspects, and you can define his frail or not. This is called deficit accumulation model. But a medical society recommend to use this phenotype model of frailty, which was created by Lindfried and from cardiovascular health study so-called CHS criteria. It's weight loss, exhaustion, weakness, slowness, and low physical activity. If you have 3 out of 5 items, you are diagnosed as frail. And if you have 1 or 2, you are diagnosed as pre-frailty. Okay? And the phenotype model is tips of a very complicated iceberg of frailty, but you can easily find if you use this method, this criteria. So that's a reason why our society recommends to use this. And according to this criteria, and actually this is a Japanese version of CHS criteria. This is the data from the cohort in Wakayama Prefecture. It's next to Osaka Prefecture. Okay, maybe you know Osaka. Maybe you have been to Osaka, right? And here you can see. Okay, look at this. At the data from 80 or more or older. 14% frail in men and 90% frail in women. And this frailty data shows a big gender difference. So anyway, according to this criteria, of course, yes, we have some gender difference in the cutoff of this criteria, but this data shows a gender difference in the prevalence of frailty. Okay, then let's move on to the sarcopenia. This is first consensus on the criteria of sarcopenia, which was developed European groups. The diagnosis or criteria of sarcopenia consists of 3 components: low muscle mass plus low muscle strength or low physical performance. And we Asian groups developed a version because Western people have much higher amount of muscle mass and muscle strength, so we need our own criteria. And here we developed first criteria in 2014. And the first author was Liang Kun Chen from Taiwan Veterans Hospital and Yami University. And this is a revision in 2020. It's been very near, so, okay. And cause sarcopenia, the criteria of sarcopenia consists of these 3 components, but overlaps with criteria of frailty. So actually, if you see your patients or community dwelling or all the adults, some part are overlapped. And okay, so if you look at each component of sarcopenia diagnosis, you can see the gender difference. This is the data about grip strength. This is gender difference, and both decline according to age, very linear decline, and also gait speed declines. And muscle mass, here you can see a big difference, gender difference, right? And I'll go back to the last part, this muscle mass data. I'd like to say something about this. And so we determined our cutoff using these data. in men and women differently in terms of grip strength. 28 in men and 28 in men and 18 in women. And muscle mass also have a gender difference in the cutoff. That's okay. But no difference in gait speed. It's 1.0 meter per second, even in men and women. No difference. So that may, lead to gender difference in the prevalence of sarcopenia. That's one issue. But actually, also in European consensus, European criteria, there is no difference in the no gender difference in the walking speed, the cutoff. Also, they have 0.8 meter per second. Okay, so Asian people walk faster than Western people. That's a very good point. Okay, so, and this is a prevalence of sarcopenia in community dwelling or Japanese, older adults. Here, some gender difference, and prevalence is higher in women than in men. I'm sorry, this is Japanese, but maybe you can understand, right? Okay, so next issue is gender difference in dementia and Alzheimer's disease. This is a prevalence of dementia in Japan. It's a little bit old data, so now actually the prevalence is increasing. It's increased as compared to these data. Alzheimer's disease is more prevalent in women, as you can see. And other types of dementia is complicated gender difference. In younger age, men develop vascular dementia more frequently than women, because they have higher prevalence or incidence of stroke, as you know. But in older age, men may die earlier than women, so that may result in such a gender difference. But here you can see the vascular dementia is more prevalent in women if you are 85 or older. Okay, anyway, because more than 60% of dementia are Alzheimer's type, so I will focus on Alzheimer's disease. Here is data from global, mainly from American data, United States. This is a change in cognitive function, which was assessed by ADAS-Cog. This scale is worse if the score is higher. So here you can see women is green and men is in red. So women is getting worse than men, especially the speed is twice. And this is imaging data analysis by MRI. And here you can see that women show the higher rate for the brain atrophy than men. So that may be related to the worsening of cognitive function in women. But nobody is sure about why women are more likely to develop dementia. Because these are my hypotheses. Okay, one is sex differences, risk factors. So depression and low physical function in women. And the second one, survival effect, and third one, sex hormones. Okay, so this is data from American group. And here you can see the modifiable risk factors of Alzheimer's disease. And blue one is more prevalent in men, right? As you know. And red one is more prevalent in women. And okay, so educational issue is related to gender issues in some countries. I think this is not the case in Japan and Taiwan. Okay? Actually, no issue. There is no gap in the length of education in Japan, in men and women. And please look at the data on depression and low physical activity here. If you have depression, risks are nearly 2.0, actually 1.9, and the contribution is larger than other cardiovascular diseases or risk factors, lifestyle-related diseases. And low physical activity is more prevalent in women, right, as you know? And here you can see the gender difference in mood disorder, including depression and insomnia. Through the life, through every stage of life, it's more prevalent in women than in men in Japan. And okay, it's going back to this slide. Here I would like to say that physical activity, low physical activity, influences on psychological frailty, and vice versa is also true, the case. And this is just an association study from Western countries. And here you can see that cognitive function is associated with lean mass, muscle mass, and bone mineral density, so bone mass. So if you have big muscle mass or big bone mass, your cognitive function may be higher. So please do exercise. Okay? So we need more research about that. And second point is survival equity. This is just my simple hypothesis, but it's very difficult to clearly show this. Even if you have the similar disease, men are more likely to die. So if you have mild cognitive impairment, the men may die first before they develop dementia. That's my hypothesis. That's a very simple hypothesis. Okay, skip this. And next one is the sex hormones. I'm doing many researches on sex hormones, as Professor Lin introduced. And actually, the female hormone estrogens have many effects, various effects on genital glands, mammary glands, and bone, as you know, and also cardiovascular system and nervous system. Here's the data from Professor Kawato from our university, and he clearly showed that estradiol stimulates spine formation in hippocampal neurons. So estrogen has a good effects on neural networks. And there are so many data, many other data which shows favorable effects of estrogen on nervous system. But the evidence, clinical evidence, does not prove the effect of favorable effect of estrogen This is the data from WHI Women's Health Initiative Memory Study. These are RCT with estrogen plus progestin versus placebo. The global cognitive function was not different. This was discouraging for us. Furthermore, the incidence of dementia was higher in estrogen groups, hormone groups, mostly attributable to the vascular dementia, not Alzheimer's type. Because estrogen and progestin regimens may develop stroke, thrombus that may result in stroke and resulting in dementia. So, okay, so if you look at the effect of androgen, which happens, androgens have also similar various effects. On genital organs, skeletal muscles, as you know, it might be shows that androgens is better for your muscle. If you are not sport athletes, that's okay. And bone and cardiovascular system, nervous system, and hematological system. If you take androgens, your hematocrit and hemoglobin increases. But it may be good for older, frail people, I think. Okay, so, and if you look at the effect of androgens, you may understand this pathway, biosynthesis of sex steroids. Testosterone will aromatize to estradiol, and precursor steroids, dehydroepiandrosterone, DHEA, is also sex steroid. This is not DHEA, fish oil, okay? Steroids, okay? And DHEA can be metabolized to testosterone. And DHEA is sold in, in the United States as OTC. And yesterday I checked. You can buy it in some drugstores in Taiwan. No, but it's not sold in Japan, not at all. So if we like to use this, we have to import it. Okay. Anyway, if you measure DHEA or its sulfate, major components, with testosterone or estradiol, you should think about biosynthesis pathways. And here is the data about plasma sex hormones and their status about cognitive function and ADL, activities of daily living. Here you can see that in men, it's a frail elderly, frail older people who are using some facilities, very old, 82 and 81. And in case of men, total testosterone and free testosterone related to their global functions. And also DHEA and DHEA sulfate related to cognitive function. But in case of women, only the DHEA and the sulfate was related to basic ADL, basic activity with living, assessed by Butler index. But reflecting in response to these data, we did two research. It's a follow-up study. One is follow-up study, and the other one is intervention studies. This is a follow-up study using the patients with a memory clinic. Here you can see that the people who have old men, aged 77, and the people are actually the patients with MCI, and have lower free testosterone levels developed to dementia. But if you have higher free testosterone, the cognitive function do not decline. So then intervention studies. Cause we just have a regimen for the injection. So we imported oral testosterone from Australia. This testosterone, andecanoate, androol. This is a lower dose compared with a regimen for young adults. It's a half, less than half. Here you can see that MMSE, a mini-mental state, and this is a Japanese, very famous Japanese scale, Hasegawa dementia scale. Both scales shows an increase in cognitive function in testosterone group as compared to the control group without no drug. And this is a very small study, so just pilot study, and we will not do follow-up big study. I'm sorry about that. And okay, so coming back to the women, I thought about which regimen is better for women. Somebody asked me to use testosterone for women, but I think it's not good because I love women. So if they look like women, so that's bad. That's bad for us. So I chose to administer DHEA, the epiandrosterone, precursor hormones. This is also half dose. Here you can see that in terms of Hasegawa dementia scale, DHE group shows an increase in cognitive function in 6 months treatment. In case of MMSE, mini-mental state, DHA shows a preserving effect as compared to the decline in the control group. Okay, so let's go back to a real world. Okay, it's very difficult to prescribe sex hormones to older people or older people with dementia. So what can I do? I think I have two options. One is to do some lifestyles which may increase sex hormones. That's exercise. Many data from young adults shows that exercise can increase plasma sex hormone levels. And this is my study, which shows that 30 minutes exercise every day, throughout the day, with some, therapist, increase plasma level of testosterone and DHEA in older women with dementia. This study was done in dementia group homes. But if you stop exercise, it rapidly declines to the baseline level. So you have to continue the exercise to keep your sex hormone levels. And another option may be related to some use and some Chinese herbal medicine or some other plant components. Actually, today I would not show the data, but myself are doing some research using some ingredients of the Chinese herbal medicine, which shows an androgenic or estrogenic effects. So in Japan, we can prescribe Chinese herbal medicine easily. So I would expect the effect of such a Chinese herbal medicine to do some steroid-like effects or increase steroids. Okay, so, last part is social factors. Okay, this is a slide from Alzheimer's World Alzheimer's Association. Here you can see that women are more likely to develop Alzheimer's disease, and they are more likely to be caregivers of those with Alzheimer's, of fathers, mothers, and husband, or sisters, or brothers. Anyway, they're relatives. It's one point. And second point, women caregivers provide more intense care for long periods of time, but studies show that female caregivers receive less caregiving support than male caregivers, as you can easily imagine. And as a result, women working may lose their job. Okay? This is a big gender difference. It's very socially very, very important. And okay, so let's going back to the previous slide. This is a age rate changes in muscle mass. Here you can see the decline in muscle mass in men, but no change in women. What does it mean? Is aging effect? What do you think? No, maybe not. It's a generational difference, I think. Old ladies may have bigger muscle mass when they were young. Younger generation, in case of women, of course, may have less muscle mass to show they are slender. It's a story in Korea. A lady who is 20 years have exactly the same muscle mass as his grandmother. So you can imagine about that. So I think this is a social issue, I think, or a cultural issue. And this is a factor related to the muscle mass. This is an old data, but it's very clear, so I use this data. Recently, there is a smaller gap between men and women. Here you can see younger generation, there is a gender difference. Less women have the exercise habits than men, and older women also. And here you can see what happens. This is at 60. So women retire from his job, and then they have time, so they started exercise. But women, this is not the case in women. Of course, this is changing, but anyway, there is a big gap, big gender difference in exercise habits. So we have to encourage young generations, young women, and old women also, of course, to do exercise. And this is sleeping time. This is very social issue. This is a self-reported sleeping time. So there's time in bed. Here, no difference, but around 35 or 30 to 35 drop in women. Maybe they are busy to taking care of their husband, and of course, their children. And this trend continues to the older age. And as you mentioned before, the women suffer from insomnia and depression. Okay, this is take-home message. Women live longer, but are more likely to develop frailty and dementia than men. And sex hormone may explain a part, but precise mechanisms are unknown. We have to do more research about gender difference in such gender difference in frailty dementia. And social issues underlie these gender differences. And please pay more attention to gender medicine for healthy aging. And okay, so we have several minutes. I have several minutes to talk. Also, our society, Japanese Association for Gender-Specific Medicine, have now system for board certification, so education for medical doctors and other healthcare professionals. We have e-learning system with 8 to 10 lectures. And if you received all the lectures, you are satisfied. You have right to receive the examination, to take the examination. And this paper test is okay, an online paper test. And if you have a high level, you can get credit from our society. It's our educational system on gender medicine. And thank you very much for attention. And I'm happy to have your question and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ishida. Any question from the audience?
No? Okay, great. That's better. Okay, thanks for your wonderful talk. So in your first few slides, I think there's a slide that's talking about the frailty.
Yes.
There's a multi-dimensional factor that will contribute to the frailty development. But based on your diagram, it's all contribute equally. But in the reality, is that truly equally contributed to the frailty development? Like the physical frailties, psychosocial frailty, and social economic, will they contribute the same?
Not same, not same. Same.
But which part is more important?
It's case by case, case by case. But according to our criteria, because we use an phenotype criteria. Phenotype criteria, CHS criteria, consists of mainly physical issues. So if you diagnose frailty using our criteria, CHS criteria, that mainly reflects physical frailty, not cognitive or social.
Parameters that we can evaluate the contribution of socio-economic?
Yes.
Or
Yes, we have. Okay, so for example, we sometimes use a Kihon checklist, which is used for the prevention of disability in Japan, in the community. And you can check the Kihon checklist. And you can find many papers from Asian countries. It consists of 25 questionnaires. And if you have 8 or more items, you are diagnosed as frail. And if you have 4 to 7, you are diagnosed as pre-frail. Okay, and of course you can find many other evaluation methods with some multi-domains.
Yeah, so there's not just focuses on the physical factors,
Right.
but also there are a lot of parameters
Yes,
that we can take
of
into
course.
consideration.
Yes, if you find, so that sense, this phenotype model suggests to diagnose first, to find the cases first. Case finding is okay. And then you check everything, every components.
Yeah,
Okay.
and for another question is that since that we know there's a great gender differences, but is there, like, in our social welfare, our policy, is there any changes based on this kind of observation?
Okay.
Like in Japan?
Yeah, that's very good question and a very important question. It's called birth rate. Birth rate is decreasing rapidly. In your country also, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so on the government is changing the policies, but support for women in terms of care for babies, children, and also the parents, anything, everything. Okay. So yes, that's a gendered innovation.
I was so impressed that 70% of the patients, like the long-term care, that is
right.
women. So I was just so worried about myself.
Yeah, so yes, that's what I have been always saying to young female doctors, to do exercise.
Yeah, I'm trying right now. I'm going back home and try to increase my exercising. One last question that I'm just so curious about. I really appreciate your study on the patients with Alzheimer's disease. When they have exercise regularly, their androgen level will increase. Yeah. But what about in parallel, their cognitive function? Okay. Is that improving as well?
Yes, I checked, but unfortunately, did not show significant changes.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. But yes, of course, the number of patients are very small, so
got it. Yeah.
So we should do a big size study. And also, the effect of exercise on androgen is proved by our animal studies also.
I see.
And also cell culture studies. We use a treadmill machine for mice, and we forced to run on the treadmill for mice 5 days per week, and we checked the muscle. Of course, their muscle was strong, and no exercise group, and we checked the expression of androgen receptor and also the plasma levels of androgen. This increased, and also we can stimulate muscle cells and EPS. Okay. Or you can use an EMS, electromechanical stimulation for your muscle. Actually, I'm doing at night before I take bath and checking my emails, and I put some stimulator underneath my foot, and electrophysiological stimulation of muscle mass increase excretion of testosterone, also the expression of androgen receptors. It's very, so that's what I'm thinking about my research.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, so even though there's no improvement in the cognitive function, but did you observe, like, based on your observation, did you see that those patients with increased exercising or continuous exercising feel happier?
It's very difficult for demented people, but at least their ADA was increased according to the exercise. Of course, they have a strong muscle. Their ADA, especially in women, increased. So I think they may be happy, but we have no data about that.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any question?
Please.
Thank you for the presentation. So about the muscular percentage, you mentioned about the generation effect, because I noticed that in women, there are more sarcopenia when they are getting old, more than 80 years old. But you also show that in comparison to the men, when their muscular muscular index, they decline more obvious than women decline.
Yeah.
Right. So.
The decline in men is comparable with data from other countries, Western countries. Yes. I think that's just aging. But we are curious, why no decline in women? That's what I was wondering. Yes. And after talking with the experts in Asian countries and Western countries, our conclusion is that it's a decrease in muscle mass in younger women. So it's our observation or our consensus, but we have not exact data about that.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of data may be a little bit conflict for me when we talk about the sarcopenia. Mm-hmm. So is there a definition for sarcopenia in younger women?
No, actually no. So our consensus paper and also European consensus paper suggests to use the criteria for older people, 60 or 65 or older in developed countries. So we are not sure about younger generation.
Thank you.
And yes, we are talking with other specialists who take care of younger generations. Yeah. Thank you for a very important question, comments.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Professor, for your great talk. So, from your last slide, the first point, women seems to live longer. However, they will have the poor prognosis or the more dementia instance. So, it seems like a torture for the women. So, what would you recommend for the women or for to the government or to the clinical practice doctors?
Yeah, I think they should, the women for health aging should change their lifestyle for, their long lifespan,
Like enforce the women to have an exercise during the lunch break?
Exercise and nutrition, especially proteins. And in old age, sometimes so much protein may increase the incidence of cancer. It's the risk. But if they are being old, they can take more nutrition or energy and proteins.
Yeah, and another question. Sometimes I think the purpose of our Gender Medicine Association is to encourage the government to do something for women, or even for both women or men. So I know from the just this week from BBC or from NHK, the Japan government seems to allow the elder people like more than 80 years old to have to continue their driver license. So and in this case, what would you what's your recommendation, or what do you think about this?
You mean?
I think from the news, the Japan government seems to allow elder people like more than 80 years old people to continue to be in a driver license.
Driver's license.
Yeah, right.
That's a very big issue. Yes. Actually, we are proposing some statements from our society, geriatric societies, on the driver's license in older people. If you lose a driver's license and you live in some rural areas, you may lose your activity, right? Social activities. Even though you cannot reach to a supermarket or sports gym. So in that sense, the older people can keep some driver's license with some assist. You have now your car should be equipped with some safety, right? And we are developing some special car for older people with limited speed and a small size and some guidance. That's what our government is doing. Exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, final question.
Thank you, Professor, for your brilliant speech. I'm a pathologist.
Yes.
So I ask some basic research. Talking about the sex hormones, we know there are gender difference of microRNA or gene expression on cells. Do you think this kind of gene, such as microRNA or other kind of gene, may be the factors for this topic, for sarcopenia or what are other questions in elder person? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, very important. That's a very important question. That's what we are doing. That's what we're doing, but we have no answer about that. But we expect, yeah. So please do that. Yeah.
Okay, it's really a brilliant talk. We have a lot of inspiration from Professor Kishida's talk. In my mind, and in addition, science evidence to improve aging health, I think that we should add on, keep patient, and with some aspiration, and to human being, we have a humanity, and also see everything, have an aesthetic view. I think all this add-on, we must have a longevity life, and have a good life quality, and good living activity in the future. So let's applaud and thanks again to Professor Akishida.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Akishida, and thank you, Professor Lee. We will now have a 30 minutes coffee break, and we'll be back online on 10:30.
Hi, everyone. This is Yan Yuanchen from Department of Health, Taipei City Government. It's my great honor and pleasure to introduce the speaker of the upcoming session in this meeting. So, Dr. Nakarni. And Dr. Nakarni got his MD degree from Rogers University, and he did his master degree in public health from Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. And then he did his residency in Mount Sinai Hospital in internal medicine. And then he also did his fellowship in nephrology in Mount Sinai Hospital. He got a lot of awards, like Distinguished Paper Award and so on. So today, due to some reason, he cannot attend this meeting, but he's happy to give a talk online about artificial intelligence and the electrocardiogram. Let's welcome Dr. Nakarni.
Thank you so much. Yeah, as you mentioned, I have had some health and personal issues. I was planning to make the journey to see all of you, but I unfortunately couldn't. But I'm at least happy that I get to share some of our work on AI virtually. I'm just going to share my screen now. Do you guys see the screen?
Yes, we can see the screen.
Okay, it's in regular mode, right?
It's a regular format, but it's on the
wonderful.
left upper side of the screen.
Okay, so should I start? All right.
Yes, please.
So today I'm going to talk about AI and the electrocardiogram and how I think that AI can actually help us derive very important medical as well as scientific insights from the electrocardiogram, and how this can sort of power precision medicine, precision health for the future. So I'm going to sort of break up this talk into four broad areas. The first is I'm going to talk about the electrocardiogram. And I mean, this is a little bit preaching to the choir, but I hope to convince you that the ECG is a very underutilized modality in understanding not just cardiac, but other health and disease as well. Then I'm going to give you 4 examples from my own work about how we can use electrocardiograms to understand human health and disease. The third thing I'm going to talk about is how we can use novel techniques and AI approaches in order to make optimal use of all of the information in the ECG. So I'll specifically give an example about the first transformer-based model on ECG and how it's useful for scientific discovery. And then finally, in the last few minutes of the talk, I'll talk about how we are using ECGs at Mount Sinai in order to actually help patients. All right. So this is the standard ECG. Everyone must have seen it at some point or the other. Everyone has had an ECG at some point or the other. I had a health issue just last week. I went to the hospital, and the first thing after taking my blood pressure and my pulse, they took an ECG. This actually is my ECG. So it's a measure of the electrical activity of the heart. It's ubiquitous. It's there all the time. I don't believe there's a medical student who has not seen an ECG on their first few weeks of a medical rotation. It's inexpensive, right? I mean, you buy the machine and you do an ECG. It doesn't cost much, maybe pennies for the paper and for the electricity. It's non-invasive because there's and it's almost no risk. It's very easy to administer, and more importantly now, it's being integrated into wearable technology. Better? Good. Like, for example, I wear an Apple Watch and I can get an ECG on my Apple Watch in like a minute. But I hope to make the argument to you that we as physicians, and I'm a physician, I'm a critical care and nephrology physician, I read ECGs almost daily when I'm on clinical service, but I want to argue that there's a lot of information that's not visible to the naked eye, even to the experienced eyes of physician, that's hidden in the waveform of the ECGs. So again, the ECGs are a representation of the electrical activity of the heart. These are the different sort of forms of the ECG. And the ECG basically measures the depolarization and the repolarization of the electrical current in the heart as it passes through the heart. And the different domains are captured by the different leads, right? So there's a normal ECG has 12 leads. But the thing is, I want to argue that in biomedical research and clinical practice, we have been significantly underutilizing the ECGs. So what we do is, if you think about clinical research, we look at the ECG, we sort of just take it, reduce it down to this few numbers like ventricular rate or PR interval or QR duration, QT interval, collapse it down and use those in research or clinical care. And that's a very reductive approach of using the ECG when there's a wealth of information available to us on the actual waveform and the signal itself. And think about how much information is there. Think about it from sort of an information scientist or a computer scientist point of view. There's multiple leads in the ECG, which sort of are all representing different parts of the heart, different parts of the cardiac cycle, and different ways in which electricity is flowing to the heart. It's also time series data, right? It's a short period of time, maybe 30 seconds to a minute, but it's still sort of more of than a snapshot. It's sort of evolution of the signals in the heart over time, and it's many, many, many data points present in their waveform. And Mount Sinai, so Mount Sinai, for those who don't know, is a top 10 medical school in the US. It's present in New York City. So New York City is one of the largest, if not the largest city in the US, 25 million people, and one of the most diverse places in the US, right? It's got white people, it's got black people, it's got Hispanic people, it's got Asian people. And Mount Sinai has a number of hospitals all across the New York City. So this is sort of a map of New York City. New York City is divided up into boroughs. So this is Manhattan, this is Queens, this is Brooklyn. So Mount Sinai has a hospital in almost every part of New York City. And the fact is, New York City is diverse because there are several, it's almost a microcosm of the world. So there are several communities all over New York City, and Mount Sinai serves all of these communities. And as a result of that, Mount Sinai is one of the most diverse places in the world. Mount Sinai invested very, very heavily in sort of harmonizing its information as an IT infrastructure. And as a result of that, all of the electrocardiograms that have been performed since the 1980s, we have them in electronic and computable format. So that translates to around 8 million electrocardiograms on 2 million patients. And the number keeps growing. I have to update this slide at some point of time, but now it's close to 10 million electrocardiograms in over 4 million people. And it's large, the data set is super large, but it's also very, very diverse. So if you look at this pie chart, half of the participants or patients in this data set and half of the electrocardiograms are from non-white people. And that's a big consideration for us because most of the approaches in the US get developed for white people and they sometimes don't really work on non-white people, right? A great example for cardiology is the Framingham Heart Score, which measures cardiac risk over the next 10 years. The thing is, it was developed on the Framingham cohort. So it works well for white people. It doesn't work well for Asians, doesn't work well for Indians like me, doesn't work well for Black people, doesn't work well for Hispanic people. And it's also almost evenly split between men and women because as all of you know, there are biological differences between men and women. So things that get developed only in one gender may not work in the other. All right. So with that introduction, I hope I have convinced you at least a little bit that the ECG is a ubiquitous modality. There's something like 150 million ECGs performed every year in the United States at all different settings, be it in the primary care setting, in the emergency room, in the clinic. The numbers are just going to keep going up because especially there are better and more decentralized ways of performing electrocardiograms right now, including wearables, patches, things like that. And but we are underutilizing the information present in the ECG because we have sort of collapsed them down into a very reductive worldview, while we should be using the raw information in the electrocardiogram, which we are not. And finally, Mount Sinai is one of the largest places which has collected and curated this ECG information. Right. So after this, I'm going to give you 4 sort of concrete examples of how ECGs can be used to understand health and disease. So this is the state of heart failure in the United States, right? Again, heart failure is when there's thickening of the ventricle, and as a result of that, the heart can't pump out blood adequately. There's a reduced forward flow, leads to a whole host of symptoms. And heart failure is a real public health crisis in the United States. In 2018 itself, there were almost 400,000 deaths attributable to heart failure. It affects 6.2 million adults in the US, so approximately 7 to 8% of the US population, and the yearly cost is over $31 billion. A major issue with that is that the rates of heart failure, there's a lot of misdiagnosis of heart failure. Even in the hospital setting, when we have access to all of the tools possible, 1 in 6 people get misdiagnosed. They actually get diagnosed that they don't have heart failure when they have heart failure. And this problem exists much more in the community in individuals who don't come to the hospital. There, 2 in 3 people get misdiagnosed saying that they don't have heart failure. So our hypothesis was that could we use this raw ECG waveforms, this is a standard ECG machine, combine it with electronic health record data, run AI on it in the form of a convolutional neural network, and help that to classify left ventricular ejection fraction and RV function. And ultimately use that information to give it back to the patients and the providers so that heart failure diagnosis could be made appropriately and medication started appropriately, as well as patients' outcomes improve, right? And the classical way of diagnosis of heart failure is an echocardiogram. Now, echocardiogram, at least in the US, requires some amount of skill, some amount of personnel in order to perform the echocardiogram. Its cost, it can't be performed necessarily at home, though there are some methods like butterfly where you can do it at home. But its cost, its discomfort, it's an additional diagnostic test. And the goal was we wanted to derive novel insights from this complex patterns that were not discernible to the human eye, And the ultimate goal was, if the patient gets diagnosed with heart failure or lower ejection fraction on an ECG, you can then appropriately send them to cardiology for diagnosis and or treatment. So we use natural language processing for extracting right ventricular and left ventricular ejection fraction. In the US, echocardiograms get read by a cardiologist or a skilled professional, and they write down what they see in an echocardiogram report like that. Now, this is great for clinical care, but has some limitations for research, because then you have to extract meaningful information from the echocardiogram report and use that as a label or as an outcome for training the model. And we use just rule-based natural language processing for doing it. And the model that we used was called a multimodal fusion of EHR and ECG waveform data. So the EHR, the advantage of a fusion model is allows for learning jointly. So different modalities of information have different advantages and different disadvantages. So if you combine two modalities, then you can actually learn jointly and assign errors between two modalities. The ECG waveforms were pre-trained on ImageNet, which is a large backbone model used in for most image processing tasks. And as I showed you earlier, Mount Sinai had this multiple hospitals, which sort of gives us inbuilt validation. So we wanted to train on 4 hospitals and test on a 5th hospital. All of this work was done by one of the talented physician scientists that work with me, Akhil Ved. So we first extracted right ventricular systolic dysfunction and dilatation using natural language processing and left ventricular ejection fraction, ran the ECGs and the EHR data through a neural network. And then the outcome in this case was right ventricular systolic dysfunction or dilatation as a composite outcome, and then left ventricular ejection fraction classification, less than 30, less than 40, less than 50, less than 60, and left ventricular regression. So we find that deep learning using multimodal data can actually correctly classify left ventricular function into clinically meaningful categories, right? So the graphs above are internal testing and the graphs below are external validation. So in left ventricular ejection fraction of less than 40, the AUROC, which is a measure of discrimination, was 0.94. So you could say that it was accurate 94% of the time. In testing, independent external testing, the AUROC was 0.94 as well. In ejection fraction of 40 to 50%, the AUROC was 0.82 on internal validation and 0.73 on external validation. And in ejection fraction less than 50, the AUROC was almost 90% on internal validation, and on testing it was 87%. So it performed really well with LVEF less than 40 or less than 50. Didn't really perform super well in the gray zone of 40 to 50, but that's kind of understandable because that's almost a gray zone in which it's very hard to assign an actual LVEF value. And you can also correctly classify right ventricular function into clinically meaningful categories, right? With AUROC of 0.84 on testing and 0.84 on validation. This is one of the most interesting parts that I saw, right? So incorrect AI classification actually may pick up hidden signals. So what do I mean by that? So suppose the AI algorithm made a prediction that the LVEF was low and the LVEF actually wasn't low. Let's say that's a false positive, right? Because the AI algorithm is saying something is positive while the human derived label from the LVEF is saying something is negative. In spite of that, the false positive had a much higher risk of developing low LVEF over the next 5 years as compared to a true negative. And the survival rate was actually lower in the false positives compared to the true negatives. So what does this tell us? It tells us that there is some hidden signal present in the electrocardiogram that's not even being picked up by echo and a human reader at the time of diagnosis, that has significant prognostic value over a 5-year period, right? So these people who are quote unquote false positives are not the same as people who are classified as completely normal by the AI. They have some hidden signal in the waveform that we can't see as humans and echo can't discern, but has significant prognostic value and gives you a risk stratification algorithm. Now, equity is very important to my work. We wanted to make sure that the predictions were generalizable across races and ethnicities as well as ages and sex, right? So this is the AUROCs across all races and all ages divided by sexes. The AUROCs are exactly the same. And this is divided by if you are white versus non-white, and the AUROCs are exactly the same. So there's no difference in discriminative or predictive performance depending upon ages or race or ethnicity. So this prevents bias, because if you have a diagnostic or prognostic test that has differential performance by age, by sex, by race or ethnicity, that can actually lead to underdiagnosis in certain groups and perpetuate bias. All right, so I'm going to move on to the second sort of case study and why of ECGs and how they can be useful. So I'm also a nephrologist, so I see patients on dialysis a lot. And patients on dialysis have extremely high rates of heart failure. So this is data from our national database, which shows that patients who are on hemodialysis have approximately 5 times the risk of heart failure compared to patients who are not on dialysis. Now, we know that hemodialysis is associated with an increased risk of heart failure. And I've shown you before that it can be screened using ECG. But if you think about the hemodialysis population, it's a very small population compared to the general population of patients, right? So that has certain limitations and certain challenges when developing an algorithm, because again, AI requires massive amounts of data in order to train the algorithm. So what can we do about it? So we can actually use what's called as transfer learning, where there's an expertise, you have a model that's trained on a task in a much larger data set. You take that model and then you basically fine tune it on a second task in a much smaller population. That what it does, it gets a better model, it gets faster, and more importantly, with much less data. So we actually sort of did this experiment where we took ECGs paired to LVEF from echo in only dialysis patients. And again, dialysis patients are a small population. There were around 2,000. And in the non-dialysis patient, there are a much larger population. So there were 150,000. So approximately 70, 80 times as large. And the EKG echo pairs in dialysis patients were only around 18,000, while the ECG echo pairs in non-dialysis patients were around 700,000. And then we did a bunch of comparisons, right? The first model we trained only in dialysis patients. The second model we trained on ImageNet, which is pre-trained on ImageNet, which is this large natural image database that I mentioned, and fine-tuned it on dialysis patients. Then the third is that we did a model that was only pre-trained on non-dialysis patients but did not do any fine-tuning. And finally, the ultimate one was the one where we trained a model on non-dialysis patients and fine-tuned on dialysis patients. And these are the results, right? The model that was derived on non-dialysis patients but fine-tuned on dialysis patients blew away any of the remaining approaches in terms of performance. It was the AUROC just for LVEF less than 40% was 14 points better than if we just train a model on dialysis patients. So what does this tell us, right? This tells us that there is advantage of taking this large pre-trained models trained in a large patient population and then fine-tuning them to specific populations of interest, right? Be the dialysis patients, which is the example, but they could be anything else we wanted them to, right? They could be transplant patients, they could be patients who are in the ICU, et cetera, et cetera. So there's advantage of taking this large models that are pre-trained on millions and millions of patients and then fine-tuning them on smaller populations in order to achieve better performance. And the model actually predicted mortality pretty well as well after being adjusted for demographics, coronary artery disease, and other comorbidities. If the model had predicted that your left ventricular ejection fraction was less than 40%, then you had approximately a twofold risk of mortality, and then if your model had predicted not. All right, then I'm going to move on to area which I'm very interested in and very happy about. Happy to present some data about. So I run a large biobank in Mount Sinai where there's hundreds of thousands of patients with genetic information linked to ECG information, right? And this is the area of study where I study what's called as monogenic inherited arrhythmia syndromes, or IASs. They are basically cardiac rhythm disorders caused by single gene mutations leading to abnormal heart rhythms and a sudden increased risk of sudden cardiac events. And our hypothesis was that we could combine EHR and ECG data, again, using multimodal fusion learning, run that through a deep learning model in order to identify a person's baseline genetic risk of a monogenic arrhythmia syndrome. So the way we did that was we took tabular data from the electronic health record, we took ECG data, and we combined them using a fully connected layer, and then had them as an output. So the first arrhythmia that we tried it on was the long QT syndrome. The long QT syndrome is present in around 1 in every 2,000 people. It leads to sudden cardiac arrest in around 13% of cases, often without warning. One of the biggest causes of sudden cardiac arrest in the United States in younger adults less than 18. It doesn't really present with characteristic features, right? Because QT interval, even the corrected QT interval, is not a very sensitive and specific marker for long QT syndrome. 40% of patients who are genotype positive present with a normal QT interval. And there have been previous studies done with deep learning to identify long QT syndrome, but they have been developed exclusively on patients of European ancestry. And all of this work was done by Joy Jiang, who is a PhD student that works with us. So as we mentioned, we had patients from the UK Biobank and from Mount Sinai. These are the characteristics of the patients. One thing I'd like to point out, that Mount Sinai patients were very diverse. Then we used, again, a multimodal fusion approach combining tabular data from the electronic health record and ECG data. We trained the model in UK Biobank and fine-tuned it on Mount Sinai data. The AUROC, which is the measure of discrimination, and the AUPRC, which is the more relevant measure in this case because it demonstrates how much is improvement in the precision recall curve, where it's pretty good with the baseline model. But when you fine-tune it on Mount Sinai data, the model got incrementally better, and the AUROC was 0.83, so it's 83% accurate in identifying if someone has the genetic risk factor for a long QT syndrome. Now, similar to the long QT syndrome, we also focused on the Brugada syndrome, right? Brugada syndrome is responsible for 4% of sudden cardiac deaths and 20% of deaths in patients who don't have structural disease. So some individuals have a mutation in the SCN158 gene, which is a sodium ion channel gene. It's an autosomal dominant mutation. And it can, 5% of patients with this mutation will experience sudden cardiac death or ventricular fibrillation in their lifetime. We did the same exact thing where we took patients who had genetic information and ECG information, both from the UK Biobank as well as from the Mount Sinai data. And we, again, used a multimodal fusion model trained it on the UK Biobank as a baseline. The baseline performed pretty well with a AUROC of 0.78. But again, when you fine-tuned it on Mount Sinai diverse data, the AUROC jumped to 9.93. So think about what this means, right? It means that you can tell with reasonable accuracy among a group of patients which one has a genetic risk for Brugada syndrome. And you can prioritize them for further genetic testing. You can prioritize them for referral to preventative cardiology. You can even prioritize testing of their family members. So just from single ECG and some EHR data, you can get information about your baseline genetics of a patient. So going from phenotype to genotype. Then we've talked enough about diseases of the heart, right? But what if you could use the ECG in order to predict something that's not in the heart? I mean, so I study chronic obstructive pulmonary disease as well. Most of you know what COPD is. It's a respiratory disease characterized by airflow limitation. The problem with COPD is that it's universally underdiagnosed. The undiagnosis rates are even higher than in heart failure. 75% or more of patients with COPD remain underdiagnosed, and patients who are asymptomatic are even underdiagnosed. There's a pathophysiological basis for why the ECG would reflect a diagnosis of COPD, because there's shared risk factors between the vasculature and cardiac and the COPD and the lungs, right? Including smoking, including socio-demographics, including genetic risk factors, and what happens in the lungs affects the heart and vice versa. So again, our question was, can we use just the ECG to make an appropriate diagnosis of COPD? So we used Mount Sinai data and we divided it up into the internal testing cohort and the validation cohort. These are the characteristics. Again, the only thing I would like to point out that these are big study populations, and for cases we used ECG that was closest to the diagnosis date, and for controls we used any ECG. So how did it perform? On internal testing, the AUROC was again 0.8, and the AUPRC, which was the baseline of, which is enrichment from baseline, was 0.56, so 2 times as better as the baseline prevalence. Same thing for the external testing cohort. The AUROC was 0.8, AUPRC was 0.51. The AUROC didn't really change by race or in either internal testing or external validation. Neither did the AUPRC. Didn't really change by age, irrespective of what age you were. AUROCs and AUPRCs were reasonably similar. Didn't really change by gender. Male and female, the algorithm performed pretty much the same. And this is what's called a GradCam, which basically highlights on representative ECGs where the signal is coming from. Here the signal is mostly coming from the QRS complex, which kind of makes sense, right? But it requires a little bit more work. So in summary, you can actually identify a non-cardiac disease, in this case COPD, from just an ECG. And this is important clinically in COPD because of the high underdiagnosis rates. And as a result of the high underdiagnosis rate, the lack of treatment that people are getting. So if you could just take one ECG and use it to identify and diagnose COPD, you could actually improve diagnosis rates in this particular population. And the final sort of case study I'd like to highlight, which is a simple case study, is cardiomyopathy in patients with premature ventricular contractions, right? We wanted to identify, develop a deep learning model that can actually identify cardiomyopathy in patients who have premature ventricular contractions. So we took 13,000 patients with PVCs. They had approximately 30,000 ECGs. And we trained a deep learning model. We found that for prediction of cardiomyopathy, the AUROC was 0.8 in internal testing, 0.85 in external validation. Here's, I think, the most interesting part, right? We've always been taught in medical school that the PVC burden is the strongest predictor of heart failure in cardiomyopathy, also the predictor of cardiomyopathy when you have PVCs. When we actually did a regression model, we found that the algorithm predicting cardiomyopathy had the strongest hazard ratio, and PVC burden wasn't really significant. And if you look at the GradCam or the explainability, where the signal is coming from, it actually highlights the sinus rhythm QRS complex, indicating that there's signal in the QRS complex, and the ST segment didn't really highlight the PVC morphology. This is the reason I wanted to highlight this example quickly, is because it shows us that a data-driven approach is almost rewriting textbooks, because I was taught that the most important factor for developing cardiomyopathy in patients with PVCs is actually the PVC burden, and the PVC morphology is the most important, and that's actually not what we see when we do stuff in a data-driven fashion. Again, this work was done by Josh Lampert, who was a electrophysiology fellow and now is a young faculty working with us. All right, so I hope that in the second part of the talk, I've convinced you that, or at least convinced some of you, that ECGs are a modality that can be used to diagnose heart diseases, non-heart diseases, genetic diseases, can be used to identify response to treatment, can be used to sort of generate more knowledge in a very data-driven manner. In the third part of the talk, I'd like to sort of talk more about novel methods that we can use to analyze the ECGs, right? So everyone knows what ChatGPT is. This is just a few provocative headlines about ChatGPT. So ChatGPT seems sort of magical, but the model on which the ChatGPT was built is called a transformer model. And this was the seminal paper back in 2017-2018, which introduced the transformer model and the attention mechanism. And this is going to take the cake for the best scientific title of all times, called Attention is All You Need. So transformer models are the backbone of ChatGPT and all similar large language models. And the T actually in GPT stands for transformer. So in order to understand transformer, we need to understand what tokens are, right? So a token is a discrete unit of semantics and or meaning, right? So let's just take this sentence: the cat left the door on the left. Now, left, the word or the token, is mentioned in the sentence twice. As a human, if you're paying attention, the first left means something different from the last left, right? The first left is actually a verb denoting an action of the cat. The second left is an adjective denoting a property of the door. So what a transformer does very simply, or an encoder part of the transformer, is it understands the relationship and the context of every word in this particular sentence to every other word in this particular sentence. And that's what is called as a self-attention mechanism. So I just gave the reductive example of a sentence, but the way GPT and ChatGPT and Llama and Bard are able to do this is that they have basically ingested and parsed trillions and trillions of words and have realized the statistical significance of each word to each other word in a particular context. So our hypothesis was, what if we could apply transformers or large language models for ECG analysis? I mean, makes sense, right? You know, ECGs are a sequence of data points or events, And each one of those data points has a relationship to the other data point on the waveform. Each one of the events in an ECG has a relationship to the other events in the ECGs. Now, transformers have led to better performance in various areas of text classification. And so if we applied a transformer and if we trained a transformer on ECG data, could it lead to better prediction of outcomes? Could it improve efficiency? That is, improve prediction at smaller sample sizes, because that's what transformers do, right? They do zero shot and few shot learning really well, because the question that you're asking is, novel to them, but they give you an answer. And could it lead to better explainability? That is, tell humans where the signal is coming from in the ECG. That's what we did, right? So we basically developed Heartbeat, which was the first transformer foundational model for ECG data. So how you do it is you take an ECG, you basically break it up into patches or pixels of patches, then you mask each of the we mask each alternative patch or some random patches, and then you do masked image modeling, which is basically you train it on millions and millions of ECGs, and then you ask it to predict the next mask in the sequence, and the next mask in the sequence using the self-attention mechanism. So we trained the Heartbeat model on 10 to 15 million ECGs, and then we tried to apply it to a very relevant clinical problem, right? The diagnosis of ST elevation MIs or STEMIs at low sample sizes. This is particularly important because the digital revolution has not impacted all of the countries equally, and there are a lot of countries in the world where electronic data is not as available as Taiwan or the US. So as a result of that, you have to develop models that can work with small sample sizes as well. So we compared it against these current models, including EfficientNet and ResNet, and we found that in a very small fine-tuning set, Heartbeat performed much better with an improvement of almost 8 points of AUROC compared to the other models. The difference was slightly decreased as the number of fine-tuning samples went up, but it still remained significant. More important, I think, for human purposes is explainability, right? Explainability gives us an idea about where the signal is coming from. So this is the ImageNet model. This is EfficientNet, ResNet, and Heartbeat. So if you look at these three, they are not able to highlight the ST segment elevation, which is where most of the signal is coming from for an ST elevation MI. But Heartbeat can precisely highlight the ST segment elevations and say that the signal is coming from there. So, it gives you much better explainability at much lower sample sizes. And the explainability kind of lines up with what we know about the disease, that an ST, what we know pathogenomorphically and pathophysiologically about the disease, that an ST elevation segment MI is going to cause elevations in the XT segment. Similarly, it gives you good improved performance for low LVEF detection at low sample sizes. So again, in a small number of sample size, Heartbeat performs almost 20 points of AUROC much better than the ImageNet model. The difference goes down, but still Heartbeat performs well. Now, unlike an ST segment elevation MI, where the ST segment is pathognomonic of the MI itself, you can't really tell where the signal is coming from in case of inference or a prediction for LVEF, but at least it's highlighting the QRS portions, which is where the ventricles depolarization are, right? The remaining three models are not really highlighting anything in particular. This model is going off highlighting here where there's no actual waveform. This is highlighting basically everything. Well, this is precisely highlighting the QRS complex where the ventricles are. So even though it's not pathognomonic, it at least makes pathophysiological sense. So in summary, we developed the first transformer-based model for ECG and waveform data. using ECG images. It improves diagnostic detection, prognostic performance, even at low sample sizes. It improves explainability and higher concordance with pathophysiology and physiology, and can be deployed in places where there is not enough digital data in order to improve care. So in the final couple of minutes, I'd actually like to show you how we are closing this translation loop at Mount Sinai. So this is a web app that is currently in production at Mount Sinai and is being used by physicians, both primary care physicians as well as cardiologists. You log in, you basically enter the name or the MR medical record number of a patient. It can fetch all of the ECG of the particular patient with date and time. Then you click on one, and it can actually tell you the risk of each patient for low LVEF, aortic stenosis, high risk, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and new models after validation are being added on to this platform on almost a daily basis. So that's all I had. Again, thank you for the opportunity to present our work. I'm again very sorry I couldn't be in person, but I actually had a cardiac event last week. I fell and that's why the bandage on my nose. I would like to come in person next time if you have me, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank Professor Nakani. A very fabulous talk about AI and the electrocardiogram and its application to the accurate diagnosis. So, any questions? So, Professor Lin.
I can't hear you.
Could you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Very fantastic talk. Thank you very much. I'm Jinsen Lin from National Defense Medical Center. I'm a cardiologist. I think we will meet at Mount Sinai in November.
Yes. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. And I have some questions. So the first, I just wonder, you show that AI ECG could detect some rare disease such as long QT syndrome and also POGADA or PVC induced cardiomyopathy. So I don't know how many samples you used to train your model because in Taiwan I think it's almost impossible for us to train this rare disease. And yeah. And so the second question is that I don't know if in your hospital you do randomized control trial or not, because currently you conduct couples of RCT, and we found that it's difficult to overcome the problem of patient informed consent. Because I think once we did RCT, we need a huge number of patients. But it is not easy to get informed consent. I don't know if you have a good solution or not. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll answer your first question first. So for long QT and Brugada syndrome, the number of patients were around 50. So it's a very small number of patients compared to the non-patients or controls, which were in the thousands, right? But there are statistical and AI ways, including fusion modeling and training on a better backbone that can help improve the performance pretty well. Again, the performance metric that we should look at for rare diseases and imbalanced diseases is not AUROC, it should be AUPRC, because AUROC, if you guess wrong 100% of the time, the AUROC will be 100%, right? But AUPRC actually shows you enrichment from baseline, and it works pretty well. So that was the first answer. The second question is what you bring up as an interesting point, right? So it's almost, ultimately we're talking about ethics, right? Is it ethical to randomize patients without their consent? But also on the flip side, is it ethical to employ these models in clinical care without doing them in a randomized controlled trial, right? So we've done a fair number of randomized trials across Mount Sinai, especially for the AI space when there's models being deployed. And we usually do it randomization on a block level. So either a ward or a hospital or a unit as opposed to the patient level. For that, you need clinical equipoise because you want to make sure that the model is not causing harm, right? So you need to convince the IRB, the Institutional Review Board, or the ethics board of that. And the second thing is you need physician buy-in, because physicians are the ones the models are not making decisions, not yet, hopefully never, making decisions themselves. The physicians are making the decisions, right? So you could consent the physicians because it's their decisions being done, not the patients themselves. Because I agree with you, it's almost impossible to consent patients, especially for the large amounts of trials that are required. So you need to do this more on a unit level rather than a patient level.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Professor Lin.
Well. Can I ask a question now? Okay.
Professor Lin.
Okay, I'm Chun Lin. I have a simple question that you demonstrate a great idea to use transfer learning from a model trained by general population and use it in after we apply transfer learning technology, the model will perform better in a specific population. But
yes.
I guess you may have so many models for one disease, but in the last presentation in your slide, you show your AI ECG platform for us, and if you have so many models to let physician to select any feedback from them, because the performance maybe only increase less than 5%. That 5% is very difficult for algorithm development, but maybe in clinical practice, they cannot feel the 5% gap between specific model and general model. Can you give some comment to us?
Yeah, so that's a good point, right? So I think that this is why collaboration between physicians and scientists, computer scientists are required, because 5% might not mean a lot, but it actually might mean a lot in the clinical setting for that particular patient at that particular point of time, right? So the AIC that I just showed, that was the best performing overall model, right? But it does not mean that, for example, that example I gave of dialysis, a better model could potentially be done, but it becomes computationally hard and also logistically difficult, because then you have to pull in data from various sources, decide which best model is for that particular patient. So we hope to do that in future iteration when there'll be a suite of models and you can just pick and choose based upon that particular patient at that particular point of time, and even physicians' preference, right? Because some physicians, to be honest, might be willing to take a little bit more risk than not, right? Ultimately, it's going to be a decision for the physician and the patient themselves. So, but right now, this is kind of in its not primitive, but very early stages. But we hope to get to a way of hyper-personalization for physician, patient preferences, context in the coming years. But again, those will need to be tested out in randomized clinical trials to show that they improve outcomes, right? Otherwise, what are we doing? Why are we doing this?
Thank you very much.
Any questions or any comments?
Thank you. Hello, Professor. I'm Dr. Liu. I'm a general cardiologist. I'm also working on some AI project for AI ECG. I see your some study used natural language processing for annotation of the disease. But does the natural language processing accurate? Because if you want to annotate the disease for training the model, if the ground truth is not accurate enough, then the model might not be accurate for future future use. So do you have any experience if you train a model with a high accuracy, but you use the perspective, then the accuracy is not good enough as you expect? Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a great question, right? So the answer is divided into two parts. The first part is the data itself from which you're extracting labels or outcomes using natural language processing. If the data itself is wrong, right? Then doesn't matter if you have the best natural language processing or not. It's wrong, right? And in terms of cardiology, this echocardiograms are less accurate than a cardiac MRI for assigning ground truth labels, right? But we have echocardiograms in many more people than we have cardiac MRIs, and at least at Mount Sinai. So that's why we use echocardiograms. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is the NLP pipelines have gotten much better over, there's a different talk I can give at some point of time, is that NLP has expanded considerably from rule-based text searches to transformer models to now large language models. And for large language models, the performance in extracting key things is really good. If it's there in the note, it'll pick it up. That, the accuracy is like 99%. We did not use large language models for this, but we have a study extracting information from the echocardiogram reports using large language models, and the accuracy is 99%. That does not mean that the echocardiogram report is, perfectly accurate. Like that depends upon the reader, that depends upon the time of the echocardiogram, the acquisition of the images, etc., etc. So while I can't attest to the accuracy of the baseline data, it's mostly accurate. We've done a comparison of research echocardiograms done in a controlled setting versus clinical echocardiograms, and the overlap is like 90%. What I can say is that modern NLP pipelines using large language models can extract information at 99% accuracy.
Thank you.
Professor Lin.
Thank you. Sorry, one more question. I'm interested in you evaluate the LV function in patients with uremia under hemodialysis. But I think an application scenario is that usually when a patient with uremic patient, we want to evaluate the volume status. So maybe serial ECG to evaluate the volume status or the such as BNP or some kind of indicator may be useful. So I'm wondering if you do the continuous or the serial ECG to for the uremic patient. Thank you.
Yeah, so a great question. So we actually have a study ongoing, which is doing serial ECGs every hourly during dialysis. And we have a smaller study ongoing in 30 patients, which is doing continuous ECG recording throughout a week using Holter monitors. So that study just started. So, hope to share some more results with you maybe in a year or so. It's going to be in 10,000 patients, so a large number.
Thank you.
Okay, thank Professor Nakani and all the participants in this talk. And I think it's late for the Manhattan. It's like 11:30 in the night.
Yes.
So let me end this session and thank Professor Nakani to give this fabulous talk again. Also all the participating scholars, physicians, other significant persons. Thank you.
Thank you again. Really appreciate
Thank
the
you.
invitation. Hope to see you in person next year. Thank you. And see you in person soon in New York.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for Professor Nadkarni. We will now have our lunch time and we'll be back online in 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
test。好 ，test。
OK， 好，那欢迎大家来参与这个下午的第一场是由蒋荣先教授主讲的一个非常重要的一个题目。那我先简单介绍一下蒋教授。那蒋教授是成功大学的特聘教授，那也是成大医院健康数据中心的执行长。OK， 那蒋教授发表了非常多这个非常高 impact 的论文。OK， 我稍微看了一下，那很多 IEEE 的，还有非 IEEE 都是点数非常高的。OK， 那在学术表现上非常的优秀，那也获得了这个未来科技奖，还有杰出研究奖。那蒋教授在主要的研究方向是人工智慧，还有生医资料探勘，就癌症与干细胞的研究，还有云端医疗智慧。那今天蒋教授跟大家分享的题目也是非常重要的一个题目哈，特别是在国内哈，在国际上都是非常重要的。那这个主要的这个英文题目叫做 My Journal。OK， 它主要的演讲的题目是 My Journey to Computational Smart Healthcare Digital Health in AI Language， 都是非常重要的题目。那我们就非常热烈掌声欢迎蒋教授的这个演讲。
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here. And 因为我今天下午的场次比较多国内的学者，所以我就把我的讲义以及投影片呢，就尽量用中文的方式跟大家做介绍。那非常谢谢刚才曹教授的引言。那今天呢，有很高兴的这样的机会，和大家一起来分享一个我个人在多年来在数位健康这方面的一些经验。那我很乐于跟与会的贵宾们一起来分享个人在这方面的一些经验。不管您是来自于这个医疗的领域、临床的研究者，或者是您可能也许是一位电脑科学家等等。那希望今天的演讲能够对大家有一些正面的这些帮助。首先呢，我今天的 agenda 非常简单，大概只有4个部分，要和大家分享一下简单的介绍，以及呢介绍什么是 AI 在 Digital Health。然后接下来呢，会跟大家分享一下 computational healthcare 这个议题在成大医院这几年的一些我们做的事情。最后呢，很快跟大家分享一下目前这个议题呢遇到了一些挑战在哪里。好，那就如同各位所知道，这一本书是去年才发表出来的，在Springer 那时候是由健保署的署长李伯章署长他那时候倡议的这本书。那这本书是全名叫 Digital Healthcare in Taiwan。So far 这本书呢，在国外已经有很多的图书馆都已经把它列为藏书。它主要的就是在介绍在台湾的数位健康照护的这个议题上面，有一些什么样的科技引起的这样的冲击，以及将来我们台湾引以为傲的医疗产业将来会有一些什么样的影响。那我很高兴，就是当时这本书我是最早的起草人之一。那我也是在这本书在厚的这本书，现在已经有电子档，如果大家有兴趣的话，我随时可以把这个 PDF 档寄给您。好，对，厚的一本，非常厚的一本书，那就介绍了台湾这健保3-4年之间所有的健康科技的影响。那本来是想要今天跟国外的与会贵宾们一起分享说。We are very proud to have this digital healthcare in Taiwan。那今天因为所有与会的贵宾大概都是国内的专家，所以那自然更要跟我们与会的贵宾们一起分享有这样的经验。好，数位健康其实就是一个在医疗科技上面的数位转型。那我个人多年来在这个议题上面呢，非常感兴趣，就各位所知道 ，People Medicine， 在我们所知道的，现在大家留意到的这个精准健康。从精准医疗到精准健康这个议题，那我想其实这个议题当中，其实就以美国的前总统奥巴马他讲的其实最好，这个川普讲的不好。好，川普虽然也是美国前总统，但是呢，奥巴马讲的非常好。他说，在正确的时间给正确的人正确的处置，这是在 Precision Medicine 上面最重要的议题。那不但是现在，不但是当下，还有未来。这将会是我们以及我们的下一代的 孩子们，我们将享有的最特别的一个这样子的精准的这个医疗的照护。那什么是AI 呢？我想大家只要 Google 就可以直接看到 AI 是什么东西。不过呢，我有一个特别的机会，就是我是少数进总统府内，然后跟蔡总统分享一下什么叫做 AI 的人哈。我后面才突然注意到，哦，谢谢。我后面才突然做到说，我坐那个位置是在国父遗像的旁边哈。所以那时候那个蔡英文总统那时候特别跟我讲说，你们在学 AI 的一定要这个跟我们分享一下，就是因为我是学政治的啦，你要跟我们讲说 AI 到底能够帮什么忙哦。那我也很荣幸有这个机会，那进到总统府和总统去分享一下这样的一个科学上的议题。好，那当然自然而然呢，很快的要跟大家分享一下 Digital Twin 是大家现在所熟知道的数位双生。这个健康照护上数位双生，从 Angelina 很伟大的决定。她是一位非常勇敢的女性之外呢，其实呢，美国前总统卡特他们都是这一个 Digital Twin 的一个受益者。那要留个 take home message 给大家。本来我想考一下这群外国人会不会有机会大家来解这个问题的。我问大家一个问题，就是你觉得一个人一生所有的资料大概有多少个 mega、giga、tera 还是 petabytes？有趣哦，好，没关系，我帮大家算好了。这个大家看到了哦，好，事实上我已经帮他算好了，临床上的资料大概有1个 T， 然后呢，还有很多的临床实验 T， 大概有6 T， 然后呢，跟一些环境因素有关系的，每天打卡上传的资料大概有600 T， 最终呢，还有可能呢，事实上呢，你还跟他很多的手上带的这些设备加起来大概剩下600 T 哦，所以你加起来你就知道。是 peta 级的 size 哈。好，那既然我们今天要跟大家一起分享在医学教育这个议题当中，数位健康在人工智慧语言很简单。我是一位电脑科学家，所以自然而然我会用我们的语言跟大家解释。其实呢，数位健康将来的趋势，现在我们能够做的就是把资料去整合在一起，然后在临床上面呢去做分析，以及呢最终能够做 predictive analytics。这个呢，也就是我们现在所说的临床医师可以做到相当多的帮助在这个议题上面。那未来呢，对民众他的受惠的地方将会是无时无刻不在的这样的一个健康照护的议题。那在计算的健康照护的议题更有趣，所以可以看得到，我们从最基础的电子病历的资料的汇集，紧接下来呢，到有机会的话呢，可以看到就是透过人工智慧的模型来去做生理数据资料的串联，再加上最后的这些计算的资料呢，能够在这个环境上面的应用，这个会是这个很有趣的。这里看大家分享一张图，也就是成功大学的附设的成大医院，我们将在明年2024年的 Q4 第4季呢，会正式把全国第1所老人医院，公立的老人医院建置在这个地方，所以这个是这个在南部的乡亲。这有一个最大的福利哈，所以明年这个总统大选完毕之后，我们大家就会看到在南部地区会多了一个新的地标。这所老人医院呢，我们完完全全用智慧医疗的方式去盖的，所以呢，各位所现在听过到的所有的智慧医疗的措施，将来都会在这个老人医院上面使用得到啊，很乐于跟大家分享。后面这几页开始就要把不藏私的把成大医院这几年来我们在临床上面以及和基础医学合作的这些经验呢，与各位与会的贵宾分享。这张图显示的就是成大医院我们的临床科学资料中心，我们使用的情境图。所以这张情境图呢，可以很明显的我们看到，没关系，我投影片都会留给大家哦，大家不用拍，没关系，都会全部留给大家哦。临床医师呢，可以在面对在诊间查房在病房上遇到任何的问题的时候，他透过 question。直接把它资料丢进我们的这样子的临床科学中心。那科学中心内就有一批的分析人员，我们中心的一批分析人员去把资料去做细部的分析，透过做 cohort study 长时间的预测，然后呢，甚至于去做当下的资料去做。所以不管是 retrospective 的，或者是 perspective 的，将来的这个 study 都会是在我们这个医院上面可以去做及时的行的。 那这是我们成大医院本身的资讯室的规划。当然，我也很乐于跟目前3总或者国防医学院的资讯室的伙伴们一起分享，我们过去的这几年当中呢，在成大医院的建制起来，我们建了自己的私有云。最重要的，我们建了 real world evidence， 就是所谓的临床上面最重要的 real world 的所有的这 data。那等一下呢，细节上我会跟大家在一起分享这个议题上面有趣的地方。成大医院的整个的资讯的数位转型的愿景，这张图是我亲手画的。我历经了3任的院长，不好意思，讲到这都露馅了哈。我力争3任院长，然后每一任院长，这是最后的这张图。跟3任的院长报告，当然因为我们成大医院没有资讯副院长，但是呢，我就是这个院长的资讯幕僚长，所以成大医院的整个资讯转型的这张 roadmap 就从当中细节可以看得到。我们从最基础的现况上面，不同的世代的资料的汇整，然后一步一步的走向最后，大家看到往上的话，我们有不同的科别的针对 AI 的 model 去实作。那当然，大家看到最左下角那个笑话，就是说，我们当时在画这张图的时候，我用红字跟我们院长做这样的宣示。我说啊，成大医院的医师们，如果不能够跳脱舒适圈的话，那你将来将没有办法走到最右边右上角那个 real world data， 透过 FDA 的这个 real world evidence 的那一关。后来还好，3任院长当中，2任的院长都把这句话听进去了，所以呢，也就是还好我有院长的加持之后，我们医院的资讯转型就在这个地方慢慢的、逐渐的步上了轨道。那我也很乐意跟大家一起分享我们智慧医疗的愿景的规划。从大家可以看得到这个议题上面呢，从我们的急诊医疗，从各个不同的科部，那从左边可以看到，从胸腔外科，甚至于从移动式的 chest X-ray。然后从不同的科部当中呢，我们做的这个智慧医疗的规划。那目前呢，这几个呢的案例，通通都已经实作成功了。那在院内，实际上面在真正的线上，比如说我们的资通讯的整合的规划上面，各位可以看得到，从最前端的护理师协助我们，就是生理测量，透过通讯工具，然后再透过这些监控的设备，在院内完整的推播，完整的病房，整个智慧病房的解决方案到警示系统，所以这个呢就是完整的资通讯的整合，所以很乐于跟各位与会的贵宾跟伙伴们一起分享。那另外呢，整个智慧病房的解决方案，就如同各位从这张图上可以看得到的，就是成大医院这几年来，我们确实花了不少的力气在这个地方。那我很庆幸，也就是有这个机会呢，能够跟大家在这个地方第一次分享。不好意思，这是第一手的资料。这个我还没有在任何的医学会上面去分享。就目前我们的床边照护系统、护理系统、编控，甚至于说跌倒侦测，所有的这边怎么建制出来的？那再往下呢？我们其实也花了一些力气做所谓的健检的智慧排程。我相信各位与会的，如果是临床医师，大概可能都知道说健检是人民的这个最基本的这个权益。那么怎么样把健检通过一般健检、中阶、高阶健检不同的 level 的健检？我能够自动迅速的排程，把它排好。那通过一步一步的方式，甚至于说，可以自助式的随时去查询。好，那甚至于高阶健检，我们将每一位送一个智慧手环，让你带回家。然后呢，接下来是否临柜，然后后面的 follow up， 就是从健检完毕之后呢，排程到你安排健检完毕之后，后面回家之后的一切的程序，那我都很乐意跟大家分享。那当然，这个就是我的这个 home base 哈，我自己的这个战情室了。我们有一个完整的数据战境中心。那成大医院呢，也建了一个很完整的我们自己内部的私有云。那这个私有云呢，就是完全资料不落地的。好，我们期待临床医师，用我这句最简单的说服我们院长的话来跟与会的贵宾们说好了。我跟我们院长说，我的理想就是希望全院的将近1000位临床医师，在他的办公室，在他的诊间就可以做研究。这是我当时给他理想。就我们院长听了之后就说：“好 ，OK， 那我口袋的支票簿拿出来给你，你要开多少钱呀？”因为他听到被我说服了，我说没关系，院长，这个支票簿现在放在我桌上，你只要告诉我有没有上线就好了。 好，所以这资料部呢，就是我刚刚看到这个暂停中心，我们的理想让临床医师，你要做 cohort study，OK， 不用去拜托资讯室的工程师，不用去写需求单，我们就有一个这个非常完整的一套系统，让你可以在做糖尿病第2型糖尿病的研究的过程当中呢，你能够知道你大概要针对某一个特定的药物，你想要它测试有多少，目前全院有多少病患数，你要从1995年到今天到2022年到甚至于到2021年都可以，你把这段期间的病患资料在你的办公室就可以全部调出来看，然后你要 cohort study， 你就知道说这个议题我要做或不要做。第二个情境呢，我想这个林部长、林主任呢，我们都是好朋友。对啊，有可能你在诊间突然有一个灵光一现的想法，你在诊间一个想法，你想要知道说某一个药物在某一个特殊条件之下，到底我们院内有多少病患已经服用过了？我想要做一个 retrospective 的 study。对不起，拿上这手机，拿手机就可以知道有多少病患已经用了这个药了。所以你马上可以把你的实验的设计就开始进行了。当然后面 IRB 通过，一步一步的进展，这个就是非常精彩的。数位战情中心就是我的这个战情室，所以没有看到所有医院院内的管理，包括财务的，那包括呢我们的水电的 IT、OT 的所有战情中心都可以看到。好，那后面再接下来，因为我知道我后面的时间不多，我后面应该至少还有20分钟吧，是不是？好，我跟大家就是分享一下我这几年在成大医院和我们将近成大医院。不好意思，我的手机拿起来 ，LINE 上大概将近有350个临床医师的 LINE， 所以呢，平常跟他们在合作起来的话，我们有非常好的合作的这样的经验。那我也乐于跟大家分享一下，我除了在成大本身之外，我也在刚第一页大家有看到，我有一个 affiliation， 其实我也是在美国西雅图的 University of Washington 担任华盛顿大学的合聘教授，是台湾少数在教授还能在国外大学合聘的哦。所以我每一年要去教一门课 ，summertime 去教一个 short course， 就是教华盛顿大学医学系的大5的学生，当然教他们一门课程。好，那这是我们在那个地方的合作的实验室。那有些东西呢是我们大概知道了，所以 GPT-4 影响好大，所以 Moore's Law 上面让我们看到了这个复杂的东西呢。那其实大家都看过这个笑话，就是说其实我不需要 GPT 啦，这个我老婆就知道 everything 哦，所以不需要 GPT。不用问 ChatGPT 了哈，也不用问 GPT-4， 他知道问老婆就可以了哈。这几年来，台湾人确实我们可以看得到这几年来的人口的这个负成长率哈，我们可以看到从短期中推估到长期的推估当中，我们的人口其实是在萎缩当中，包括将来其实我们的医护人员的人口也在减少当中，所以这是很可怕的。这是这几年来我在成大医院带团队当中呢做了3个成功的案例跟大家分享。那3个案例呢都是影像有关系的。那有机会的话再跟大家分享。我现在目前带成大我们的肾脏科做一个全国最大的一个肾脏的一个监测一个 IDH 的一个系统，就是肾衰竭，然后急性肾衰竭的系统。那这是成大医院现在目前我们建制好一个完整的 AI 的 HIS， 所以 HIS 系统。像各位在看诊的过程当中，就 HIS 我们 HIS 多了一个这个东西，你要选你要用哪一个 AI 都可以，自己挑一个。我们这有6个模型哦。好，那我们都知道健康不同平等是全世界各国皆然。那我一直有一个梦想，因为我是一位电脑科学家，我们是不是可以利用电脑科学家的某些技术来协助临床医师，让在贫困的地方、贫穷的医师不足够的地方，能够有最优秀的医师在帮他们帮助，所以这个就是我当时的构想。然后呢，这是还有所谓的 healthcare inequality。那我们做了什么事情？好，我们做了就是把哈佛大学这一些，或者是所谓的西伦敦最优秀、最有钱的人的区，那里的医师的技巧，所有的医术、医疗的行为，全部带到任何的一个穷困的偏乡。这个构想呢，也让我们得到联合国教科文的组织的肯定。而且呢，我等一下一定要让大家看一下， 我们的团队在今年联合国的安全理事会上出现的照片。我不骗你，这是我们当时得到全世界的那第一次的那个这个 Hackathon， 就是新冠肺炎期间的 Hackathon。那时候呢，我们得到联合国的肯定。好，我先这个地方就跟大家介绍 pneumonia detection， 所有的临床医师都知道，肺炎早期的侦测非常重要，不管是病患他年纪任何年龄层的。那有经验的医师，他可以很轻易的判断出 pneumonia， 然后呢，可以从不同的藏在心脏后方用 X 光，用这个第一线最便宜的。我们当时并没有用 CT 的原因非常简单，因为我们想到第一线，然后呢，另外放射线的 dosage 最低的就是 X-ray。我们利用了 AI 里面可以看很细致的纹理这个技术，然后来把临床医师的经验全部用复刻100%的复刻在这个 AI 模型上，然后把这个 AI 模型送到全世界各地。然后呢，这就是我们看到的所谓的临床医师有机会看到了这个 AI 的模型，把临床医师的经验手法全部把它复刻出来 AI 模型，然后呢可以快速看到这个所谓的毛玻璃状的，然后呢可以判断出来肺炎的状况。那我们设计出来这 Matrix， 那这个 Matrix 呢是一个很好的一个可以用的环境，所以呢，当时在台湾，在全世界新冠肺炎最疯狂的时候，我们做了这个系统，让全世界的任何没有染上新冠肺炎的国家、地方，甚至于没有经验的医师，可以安装在网络上安装这个系统，然后可以立刻协助他们做新冠肺炎的判读。好，那这个系统呢，叫做一个 Alert， 它可以快速的用 AI 的模型复刻所有有经验的医师他们的很深刻的经验，然后呢，让这样子 AI-based pneumonia detection 能够被使用到。那这一页呢，应该是没有办法自动播放，不过没关系，那就算了，就不用播放哈。那这是流程图，我们很骄傲的跟大家分享。我本来今天要跟所有人分享，就是说这个 AI 的模型就工作起来，就像一位真正的人类医师当中的放射科医师一样，到这个地步。那我今天查了一下，台湾目前我们只有15个邦交国，这套系统目前全世界有62个国家的医师每天在使用。那这是国家的名称，超过2000万超过2万位的医师、护理师他们在用，每天我们都可以看到多少人在使用。那这个呢，从台湾出发，扩展到全世界62个国家。所以60几个国家人都在用这套系统，那我们负责做维护哦。那这套系统呢，能够快速的从左边的照完胸腔 X 光之后，立刻右边是由真正有经验的看过新冠肺炎、真正的看过肺炎的医师，他来判断，然后呢，他的经验复刻在 AI 模型上，然后诊断出来的结果精确度非常的高，所以我们的模型可以快速的把 X-ray。Chest X-ray， 特别是 Chest X-ray， 快速的立刻把它判断出来。那 AI 的分类分读，所以我们也在联合国教科文组织，在去年我们被他们正式的宣称，我们是全球前 Top 10前10名最优秀的 AI 团队。我们可以看得到，这10个国家当中，台湾团队是唯一的亚洲的国家团队，不是台湾的唯一的亚洲国家的团队，以及呢。所有的其他的9个团队，全部就是美国、加拿大、德国，然后呢，英国、法国这些优秀的国家团队，我们很高兴有这个机会。好，那我们来跟大家分享一下，我们把这个东西进一步做了第2套系统。因为既然有胸腔 X 光了之后，我就找胸外科的医师，所以我胸外科医师，我们成大医院胸外科医师就天天被我在那边干扰他们，从这个曾耀林院长、郑良副院长开始到。我们这些主任们，通通都变成我的这个好朋友了，所以我们去看他，要找出早期的 nodule， 也就是可能肺癌的早期的最有可能的这个肺结节。他告诉我说难哦，你看老师，你看这2个你可以判断得出来吗？我说我当然看不出来啊。他说你看我们花很长的时间才看得出来，这2个红圈圈，一个是藏在肋骨后方，一个是在血管密集的地方，其实不容易判断出来， 它是明确的脑肿瘤，而且这2位患者后来都是很不幸的，都是确诊是肺癌。那我们就设计了这个协助这个流程，让临床医师可以协助他在平常的这个 X 光摄影车巡回到全国各地的时候，通常巡回摄影车拍完胸腔 X 光，然后到打完报告，对不起，3个月的时间，所以3个月的时间，他其实已经病程已经影响很多了。我们要做的事情不是让他当天立刻判断，也不是强迫所有的医生立刻就要把病患通通都把它判断好，而是我们这套 AI 系统在当下1分钟之内就把它判断好之后呢，然后来去做示警，也就是把需要做高风险的、中风险和低风险区分出来。所以中低风险的话呢，那个放射科医师不用看，但是我们希望那些高风险群能够在3天之内立刻临床医师亲自再看一次。所以这样子呢，我们因此救了数十位南部地区，特别是嘉义、云林这一带偏乡的这个阿公阿嬷，因为他们并没有很好的医疗资源，所以这个概念也让我们做了狠下心来做了这样的一个 AI 的一个肺癌的早期结节的判断系统，就像一位放射科医师一样，详细的可以用 AI 模型把它判断出来，而且呢，误差都2个的 sensitivity 跟 specificity 都是到了82% 以上。那做在这样的一个健康的照护的数位转型是我们的目的。那我们也因为这样子的关系，所以能够让联合国教科文组织他去注意到，原来台湾的团队有这么样的优秀，能这样的机会能够做这样子很好的，所以我们跟健保署合作，然后去做早期的肺癌的肺结节的侦测的辅助系统。也因为这个原因呢，所以我要请大家这个时候千万一定要拿着摄影机来拍一下，拿着手机来拍一下。这是我们今年大家看到2023年4月，我们正式的因为这套系统获得联合国教科文组织的肯定，所以呢，不但是签了一个 MOU， 大家看到日期，今年的4月25号，在联合国的安全理事会上面的，大家看这张，大家记得这张图吧？联合国安全理事会上正式的宣读。我们这一群人，这群临床医师，在大家看到左边那个 MOU， 右边那个康德里就想说，我们的团队是真正替台湾争光的。我们进不了联合国，但是我们做的东西，我们做的智慧医疗，可以在联合国的安全理事会上正式被人家宣读。这是我们这很高兴的地方。那这是当时不管线上的。即时在现场的所有的这些听众，那因为我们当时因为我们是台湾代表队，所以我们不能进去，所以我知道在台湾这边做那个报告，然后这是线上当时在听的那这个是真的，我们非常的骄傲，这是替台湾争光。那大家可能没有听过这个加纳共和国吧？好，这是加纳共和国今年上个月邀请我们去那边去做完整的介绍，也就是目的就是。这是一个全世界最完整的一个 AI 的一个网络的环境，其中我们的团队就是当中的智慧医疗上面的这个总召集人，就是刚好就是我本人，所以我们在那个地方去做一个报告，然后也让大家知道智慧医疗将来有可能在全世界的场域上用到什么地方。那后来呢，我们还做了一个跟 ICH 有关系的，就是我们知道不管是这个常规性的，或者是跌倒，或者是头部外伤，甚至于有可能是因为中风引起的这个脑部的出血，其实这个都是很值得去做关注的议题。那从 EDH、IDH、SAH 还有到这个SDH 这几种不同的CT 的判读呢，过去都要放射科医师的梦呓一样去把它判读出来。那我们呢是3年前，虽然不是台湾第一个团队开始起始，但是我们做的最完整。所以大家如果留意智慧医疗某一家公司已经做了申请 FDA 通过的话，不好意思，我们当时做的时候呢，他们还有跟我们讨论过所以我们做的这个呢，就是希望能够协助临床医师能够快速的做 ICH 这种比较危险的， 的这样子的 CT 的影像，立刻电脑判读，判读完毕之后，把高风险、低风险区分开来。高风险的时候，医师必须立刻的在短时间内立刻来介入，然后来再重新判读一次。所以我们的目的就是做这个东西。我们的目的并不是去鼓励临床医师去做这个更好、更多的措施，我们是希望能够节省临床医师的时间，让他们把时间用在刀口上。那这个就是完整的这个系统的设计，以及这个完整系统的规划的图，在这个地方。那可以看得到，我们用的是这个多层式的这个 UNet， 然后多层式 UNet 阶层式的设计的方式。那这里呢是跟大家分享一下，就是我们在分析的过程当中呢，其实呢也把这样子的这个这个断层扫描的影像当中去看到边缘。刚好我这个这个只能够指向那个地方，所以没有办法指向全部哈。所以说可以看得到，这个在脑硬膜的外壳因为异常的出血，然后这个地方呢也因为异常的出血，它的危险性是极高的。那临床医师有时候因为拍完这样子的 X 光的时候呢，对不起，拍完这样子的这个 CT 之后呢，临床医师并没有办法立刻坐下来去看。但是呢 ，AI 它不休息的，它可以把危险的地方立刻标示出来，标上了它的风险因子。这时候呢，风险因子到了一定高度的时候呢，一定程度的时候，这时候呢，临床医师会被提醒。这时候他可能要放下手边的工作，来去认真的去看一下这个，是不是真正的风险，还是说他可能电脑判断了有一点点小小的问题等等。那但是最终呢，其实病患是受惠的，因为病患呢可以因为他的危险程度呢会受到不同程度的照护，所以这个对我们来讲 AI 可以制造一个医疗的一个普世价值，就是让所有的人都能够受到最好的照护。那不会因为临床医师刚好心情不好，或者放射科医师昨天晚上跟男朋友吵架了，所以来不及打报告，来不及帮你看片子的这样的问题。好，那我用的是成大以及 RSNA 的 data set， 用完整的测试资料集。这个问题并不复杂，所以大家可以看到我们在实作的过程当中呢，我们的 sensitivity 以及 specificity 还有正确率都是到95%以上。那这个呢，其实我们就在成大医院就已经开始在使用它了。那同时呢，也是最后呢这几页投影片呢，要跟与会的几位贵宾们大家一起分享到，就是其实这智慧医疗的议题当中，因为我刚才很快的让大家看到了我这次要跟大家分享的议题。同时呢，也跟大家分享一下我们的成功的经验，所以我个人真的是很乐意在这个地方和所有的与会的贵宾一起分享。唯有大家合作，唯有跨领域一起离开你的舒适圈，和别人一起讨论的时候，你才有这样的机会。所以临床医师教了我很多原来的我们不会的知识。那我和临床医师合作的过程当中，也因此把我会的这些知识呢，和他们去做分享跟交流。所以临床医师能够听得懂我们这些电脑科学家的话，那我身为一位电脑科学家，我可以听得懂临床医师他觉得他们想要解决的问题。所以这样子的话，我们的火花就在这样的方式去成功了。所以我们也不吝啬的跟与会的贵宾们一起分享这样的一个成功的经验。那成功的经验的关键呢，就是一步一步走向将来。我们知道了，从你只是有一个 idea 而已，到慢慢呢，将来这些电脑科学家协助你去把演算法发展成功，再接下来呢，在临床上面，临床端真正的去试验，同时呢，把已经看到了这些 real world evidence 这些证据都拿出来。那最后呢，也就是今天我们大家都知道的，能够让它商品化，能够让它在商业上面真正的使用，才是造福更多的病患的一条路径。所以这个就是我们在过去的一段时间内，用这一张页投影片和许许多多的这个贵宾们一起分享我们的经验。其实呢，就是透过这样的经验，然后 把自己的专长一起和临床医师做互动，然后呢，能够一起发挥到我们的专长和临床医师们做讨论。好，那当然这是很难得的，这个有这个机会跟大家分享我们的团队。那左边这个呢，就是目前在成大医院，我们的目前的团队的成员有我以及我们临床医师，当然刚好因为临床医师都上班去了，所以这一群呢是博士后研究员、博士生，然后以及硕士的学生，这是在成大这个地方。那不好意思，偷偷跟大家分享一下，我实验室大概是台湾少数在资讯工程系或者在资讯科学系里面呢，我们实验室有在念 MD、PhD 超过10位的。我们现在总共已经有12位了，就是 MD 在这边读 PhD program， 我们跟他合作的这几年的情形。那中间这张图呢，是我除了在台湾本身在成大任教之外呢，我也在美国西雅图的华盛顿大学任教。所以呢，我在华盛顿大学任教的时候呢，我那边也有一群的学生以及华盛顿大学的教授。那我举一个例子好了，这位呢教授叫做 Lee Hu， 那这位教授呢就是鼎鼎大名的，大家可能听过有一套系统，就是定序仪，第一套就是 Greg Venter， 可能大家都知道 Greg Venter 当年的公司把人类基因体定序开始用私有一家公司的这个方式去定序，然后跟美国政府去平起平坐。那后来当然最后会有美国总统正式宣布人类的基因体时代开始了，也就是定序完成的。那这位呢 Dr. Hu 他就是那一套最早人类基因体定序的计划当时的定序仪的设计者，那也是那家公司的老板。他家非常大，他家里那个直径1公尺的树大概有1万棵，我去过他家还有一条河。那更夸张了，他多有钱到什么地步？他家的房子，好，这个是题外话。他的房子前面、左边跟右边，还有他后面，看起来4个方向当中，只有1个方向斜角度前方，大约差不多600公尺之外有一栋房子是他唯一的邻居，其他的3个方向是没有任何一个邻居的，就是你的肉眼看过去是看不到邻居的，所以各位可以想象到他家里有多大哈。那我在律大里面在那边教书的时候，常常跟他一起。那他也是诺贝尔生医奖最大的呼声者之一，最近刚过80岁，80大寿。不过他只要活得久，他应该是迟早会拿到的，不知道。Anyway， 好，那这是我在西雅图的团队。那这个呢是新加坡。我除了在台湾之外，我也在新加坡的 NUS， 就是国立新加坡大学，以及 NTU， 新加坡 NTU 大家都可能知道，就是新加坡的南洋理工大学，在这边我都有职位。然后在这个职位当中呢，跟他们一起合作的情形。好，那最后呢，很高兴有这个机会跟所有的与会贵宾们一起分享今天的这样的一个议题。谢谢大家。
好哦，那我们非常感谢那个简教授非常精彩的演讲哈，然后非常了不起这个除了台湾的影响力，还全世界的影响力哈，那个联合国这是台湾之光。OK， 那我们现在开放问问题，请。
谢谢蒋教授哈，跟蒋教授报告，这个大概是我听过哈，这个真的都起了鸡皮疙瘩哈，最感动哈，最棒的一场演讲了。那我常常我刚刚一直在想说，我们应该要用什么样的话哈来形容蒋教授？我突然想到有一句那种俚语啊，他说那个圆的不滚，圆的不稳，方的不滚。那如果说一个人哈，他太这个刚正啊，学术地位太高的时候哈，他往往哈其实就是非常的一板一眼。那如果说一个人很圆滑啊，他可能学术地位一般也就不怎么样。那我们过去知道那个蒋教授是一个很好的老师那学生就是非常的称赞。那蒋教授对我们国防真的非常的好，他这样子都这样子坐着那高铁这样来回帮学生上课。那蒋教授非常的支持我们，蒋教授是一个非常好的朋友跟老师蒋教授其实要做事情的话， 他去那有了这个4-9师的执照，你看这么伟大的一个学者哈，还能够那是一个4-9师哈，那我们大家可以了解到，就是说蒋教授的这个这自学啦哈，所以我真正体会到就是说，蒋教授真的是有一个又稳又滚的学者哈。那蒋教授刚刚提到了，就是说大概成功会有很多的要件呐哈。那我非常的佩服，就是说蒋教授竟然能够以一个资工背景的人，能够说服医生，那能够盖的整个这个医院的这样子的一个 smart hospital 的一个建构的话，这我想应该是在我们医院我们的学校哈，应该是我不晓得，当然我们不能够妄自菲薄，可是我们不晓得我们有多久才能够达到这样，也许也有不可能。那我想我们会有一个问题啦哈，想要来就教蒋教授哈。那像我们这样子是一个独立学院，大家都是以这个临床医学基础医学为主，以医学为主。那可能大家没有办法像蒋教授这样的 resource。我想蒋教授旗下的话，应该是有蒋教授好像我听到是300-400个工程师这样子。我想这样子的 level 大概必须要有这样子的一个等级才有。那对于我们这样子一个独立学院，那蒋教授如果说我们也要 involve 这一块，其实我们也一直都在努力哈。不过就如同我们所做的，今天看到蒋教授这样子的 present， 还让联合国，还让全世界能够感动哈。那能够看见台湾，那我觉得，那如果说我们是一个独立的学院，我们现在也想要努力，那蒋教授有没有什么样的建议？谢谢。
好，非常谢谢林医师哈。那个，你看我今天穿球鞋就知道，说我今天晚上要跟你们一起吃晚餐了哈。好，那个吃完晚饭可以散个步了哈。好，那个晚上一定会这个透露很多的那个 pebble。好，不过今天呢，在这个演讲上面，其实我相信，林主任太客气了。我相信每一个临床这个医学中心，它都有不同的强项，也有不同的弱项。那我个人应该是说，我很幸运的在成大医院这里。成大医院本身，我们有完整的9大学院，所以不管是工学院、理学院，然后还有文学院，还有设计学院，甚至于，因为我们这些学院过去跟临床医师这边的互动，所以让我有机会比较早的去听到一些医师们他们的需求，所以我听到他们的声音之后，我开始试图跟他们合作的时候，才发现到其实临床医师真的他们想要去济世救人的这种心态非常的伟大，所以也因此让我开始愿意去追随着他们一起去愿意跟他们一起合作，然后呢也跟他们一起去同工，一起把一些事情做好。那我相信国防医学院今天或者3种体系一定也有像我一样的这样的人才，不管说是人才或者是普通的人，或者是我不敢讲自己的人才，因为一定有像这样专长的人。如果说呢，可以在一段时间内能够找到这样的人，他们愿意去听我们这些临床医师的需求，然后能够了解到这样子的需求要怎么样去做到的话，其实我想，就离整个3种医或者是国防医学，甚至于这样子的这个贵校呢，将来要迈向下一个世代的数位医疗或者数位健康的这样子的一个议题呢的距离其实是不远的。那我其实觉得这个千万不要妄自菲薄，我相信这个3种这边人才济济，像你坐你旁边那位就不是很优秀吗？对不对？还有很多的这个这些这个不同学科的教授们，大家愿意敞开心胸一起合作的话，这就是成功的基石。好，那我以上就回答简单这个问题，不知道能不能帮得上忙？好，后面还有一位医师，请。
教授你好，对，我是那个3种一般外科的外科医师，就是很谢谢你的分享，其实我收获也蛮多。那我其实对这个大型的语言模型其实蛮有兴趣，我也其实是一个临床的使用者。那其实我在想象这个，就我们实际临床上使用场景，比如说我们在看门诊，或者急诊医师在看诊的时候，有没有可能利用我们自己建立一个语言模型，跟医院资料库、声音跟健保资料库，在看诊过程中，声音就可以生成一些我们需要的一些病历内容，声音会建议一些适合的检查，等这些会根据他之前的一些病历记录，看有可能是怎样的诊断。那我不晓得我们台湾这一块有没有现在在发展？ 好，谢谢。
好，也是谢谢您的那个问题哦。其实刚好您错过了，其实3个星期之前，刚好我在台北主持一个新书发表会，那是天下杂志的高新军先生以及他们的团队，刚好出一本新书，它的书名就叫做《生成式 AI 革命》这本书，然后由我负责来做新书的引言导读，然后带领现场大概将近200位的临床医师一起听那本书。那天很庆幸，就是邀请到台中荣总院长，然后北医的董事长，然后这个当然这几位临床的院长们，我们一起坐在那个地方分享的过程当中，就举到刚刚您讲那个例子，生成式 AI 来得又快又急。那这个大型语言的模型，不管是 GPT-4， 或者是我们现在接下来不晓得它要不要4.5啊，或者是5，他不敢讲说5，但是接下来呢，到人类的脑容量是不是真的像他们期待的？会能够到这个50兆，不知道。但是他说现在是够了，我们不知道将来会往上到进展到什么地步。但是以现在目前生成式革命的这本书的原来的作者的3大作者，第一位 Peter Lee， 他是微软的当时的计划的总主持人。那第2位呢，就是哈佛大学的可恩教授。那可恩教授呢，他是本身是临床医师，他 MD、PhD。他在这本书上写得非常的详尽，我把他的话大概原话大概跟您分享一下。他说，在我们的孩子的那个世代中，在他的孩子那个世代中，我相信临床医师一定是会和这样子的 AI 一起工作，同时他会达到一个我们想都没有办法想象的境界。他本身是一位小儿科医师，所以他经常必须要去诊断罕见的疾病。他在这本书上陈列了将近有500万分之一，然后还有就是40万分之一的2个例子的那样子的那个罕见的疾病，在正常婴儿当中那么罕见的疾病当中，完全是透过 GPT-4 帮他去找出来的。所以他在那本书上告诉我们一个揭露了一个可能的将来的事实，就是也许是不方便告诉大家的事实，就是临床医师其实现在在这个时间点上来拥抱 AI 的话，就像您刚说的，外科医师当他的双手都在忙于在手术台上正在救人的时候，他可能只有嘴巴能够下指令。这时候呢，他透过下的指令，可以迅速的把他的记忆当中，或者他觉得想要看的案例，立刻呈现在眼前的荧幕上面，或者是他过去看诊的类似某一个地中海型贫血的一个案例，他的 keyword 知道，但是立刻把病例叫出来，然后他可以把这2、3个病例的共通特性，用口述的方式让 ChatGPT 把他们的共通性当中找出来给他，然后让他去看到他当下在动手术的过程当中，最好该做下一个什么样的处置。好，那这个就是我们从那本书上，当然今天不是的新书发表会，所以我没有办法把当天的这个场景详细的描述给大家听。但是我从那一天，从北荣的许惠荣院长，因为许院长也是我的座上宾，我邀请许院长，他现在是当这个副院长，当那个国务院副院长，那他也在当场当中也详述了，他也非常的看好，以他是这个家庭医师，这个糖尿病的这样的临床医师来讲，他说他看好将来的 GPT-4 在未来的世界当中，其实它不是只有帮助病患而已，它其实可以大大的帮助了临床医师，让他们好像多了一对翅膀一样。不是喝完牛了，但是多了一对翅膀，让他有更多的我们没有办法想象的，现在没有想象的能力，会在将来的这个医疗场景会出现。好，那我想我就简单的跟您回应这样的问题。那我不知道我的时间可能应该到了，对不对？如果说到的话，就随时就中断，没关系。如果时间还没有到的话，我很乐意等一下有空档可以跟我们所有的与会的贵宾们一起分享我个人的一些粗浅的看法。谢谢。
因为时间有限哦，那我们就很再一次热烈感谢那个蒋教授非常精彩的演讲。OK，
谢谢大家。那非常高兴今天有这个机会来3总参加大家这个研讨会，我觉得我受益也很多，感谢大家。
谢谢蒋教授，谢谢曹教授。那因为这一场的延后，所以我们下一场 AI 的演讲会在2点40分开始。那我们现在先 coffee break， 谢谢。
好，那各位与会的嘉宾跟我们线上参加这次大会的医学教育或者是在医学领域的这个伙伴，大家午安。那我们今天这个 section 非常高兴呢，邀请到林清副教授来跟我们做这场的演讲。那容我先简短的介绍一下林教授。那林教授呢，目前是国防医学院医学系的副教授。那么他在国防医学院呢，在2016年的时候取得 Life Science 的博士哈，那所以是生命科学博士，在2016年取得，那到现在呢，2023年了，今年刚升上副教授，那是不是今年 ，sorry， 在2年前升上副教授哈。那我记得过往跟他曾经，他就跟我讲，我说我们在哪里？我曾经来国防的时候，那中间有一个 break， 我们就去了喝咖啡。那时候觉得非常的 junior， 非常的 promising 哈。那国珍现在还是非常的 promising。那他目前呢也是3种医院的这个AI center 的哈 AIoT center 的这个主任，那主技术的一个这方面的一些带领团队来做一些相关的，不管是在 technology enhanced learning 或者是一些医疗的发展哈，那这一方面的表现非常的卓越。那么他今天呢要给我们带来的演讲呢是 Unveiling the Future of Cardiac Care AI ECG and its Impact on Clinical Trials。我们非常的期待哈，那我们现在就把这个镜头交给我们的林教授。
好，谢谢蒋教授，是吕院长的这个介绍。那我今天就是我今天想跟大家介绍一下我们现在在就是 AI 开发，然后还有目前执行到的这个经验跟大家分享。好，我们首先跟大家介绍一下，如果我们想要去把这个健康问题来解决的话，我们大部分的疾病我们需要用到系统性的筛检。那这是目前台湾有的系统性筛检的 program 有非常的多，但是我们大概就会有一个想法啦，就是说我们可能需要更多的这个筛检服务，但是问题是这个资源是有限的。所以我们怎么样可以让我们的这个疾病可以获得更广泛的这个解决？这就是我们想要 focus 的问题。好，那如果你想要把疾病你想有一些不在系统性筛检的疾病里面，你想要把它 identify 出来，最好的方法是透过一些方式去把高风险的族群识别出来，再为它进行安排进一步的检查。有2种目前比较常用的方式。那第一种是多基因风险评分，测个基因，然后决定你可能有什么样的 risk。那之后密集的 follow up， 有非常多的疾病，像乳癌之类的，很适合用它。另外一种是一些临床风险评分，举例来说，我现在这边贴出来是一个心脏病的一个分数，这样子，分数超过某一个程度，那你可能就要接受密集的 follow up 追踪。好处就是这样可以减少资源需求，然后效率很高。那它有一些限制，主要是准确性，并不是这2个方式，并不是针对所有的疾病都非常的适合。我们很希望可以用基因风险分数来预测可能像糖尿病之类的疾病，但是它就是非常困难，没有办法。那并且临床风险评分有时候会遇到缺失数值的问题，我们可能这个病人就是没有测什么东西，那你就没有办法做这件事。及时性以及有限的疾病都有它的限制。所以我们想到一个问题，我们有没有什么方法，有什么检查是经常进行，然后或者是容易执行，那并且它单一一项检查，单一个资料就可以有效的去识别高风险族群，这样我们就可以解决上面的问题。我们这边用一个例子来跟大家讲，这件事情并不罕见。在腹部 CT 中，有时候我们可以胰脏癌是一个很重要的疾病但是大概它不太可能会被执行系统性的筛检。但是如果你因为肚子痛或各种原因做了腹部 CT 的检查，有时候不小心发现，你就会获得额外的治疗。这个东西我们叫刺激性筛检。这些影像检查通常定期会进行，那包含了非常多的讯息，有时候不仅仅是你想要去执行它的原因。那我们有没有可能利用它来进行更多的高风险识别？ 好，要是利用这些数据的话，有一个比较大的问题，就是医学知识的差距啊。这些影像需要非常多的研究，才有办法去知道说我到底要怎么从它的这个怎么样截取它的资讯，它代表什么样的临床疾病。我们以心电图为例的话，最典型的应用就是去侦测 atrial fibrillation， 这个是教科书上非常清楚的一个例子。那稍微罕见一点的应用就是这个很难可能要判断这个高血钾。那可能医师那个教科书上也有写，但是准确度普遍不高，可能还需要更多研究。那还有更多奇奇怪怪的这个，我们觉得有机会，但是其实可能因为缺乏研究，然后导致没有办法没有这样子的一个指引，说到底应该怎么做，像用心电图预测心脏衰竭。好，但是在过去大概Mayo Clinic 的已经把这个就是用心电图做 AI 分析那么也发现有非常多以前我们大家人类以为没有办法这个看得出来的疾病，像是阵发性的心房颤动，或者是 low ejection fraction， 这些都是没有办法，但是 AI 他们都做出来了。那这个时候我们就知道 AI 它其实是有机会可以去解决这个 knowledge gap 的，然后透过 AI 也许我们可以发挥我们的影像检查更大的潜力。好，那这个医疗器材软体开发的过程，主要首先你要先进行影像收集，然后接着要做影像标注，然后接着 training data。好，这个过程其实你需要获取数据，其实非常困难的。那标记也需要大量的人力。那我们的解决方法是我们使用电子病历的人工智慧模型，我们可以预期就是在我们的 database 里面，这个心电图跟 lab data， 它可能会在不特定的时间进行检查。对于同个病人的 data， 我们将它 merge 起来以后，我们就可以得到一个 pair data。得到 pair data 以后，我们就可以拿它进行 training。同样的方法，我们可以 apply 在 echocardiogram 或者是其他各式各样的检查之上，我们就可以得到一个用心电图有非常多 annotation 的一个 database。这些模型我们都可以，这些 database 我们都可以让 AI 来尝试一下，它有没有机会可以预测出来。如果有的话，我们就可以为它进行进一步的应用。同样的方法不只用在心电图，也可以用在胸部 X 光或者是其他的方式。那这是我们已经建构的这个预测信息的系统。当我们的这个AI model 一旦辨认出这个病人有这个影像有什么异常的话，我们会透过各种管道去通知医师或者通知病人，让他知道说目前他有这样的一个状况。这是我们把我们的 AI 模型把它真的纳入司机性筛检的一个很重要的一个机制。那这样的一个就是方式，就可以让我们很容易可以进行 randomized control trial， 得到那个 real world 的 evidence 来验证一下我们的 AI 是不是真的对临床的这个临床实践是有帮助的。好，我们可以把其中一半的这个资讯系统的使用者，然后使用 AI 司机性筛检，然后应用在上面，让它可以得到 AI support。另外一半使用常规照护，医师和患者都是有可能的参与者。那也许我们就会发现，有 AI 介入，对某些 AI 就可以为病患带来比较好的结果，那某些 AI 可能就没有办法。那这种方式可以帮助我们快速的去了解，到底我们要哪些 AI 是有价值的。那我们第一个大型专案是用心电图。那心电图它的优势就是快速简单，然后并且资讯丰富。那它记录了很多讯息，那适合拿来做就是急性诊断跟慢性诊断。那我们用了我们建立了一个基础模型，那去把这个心电图做一个 pre-training， 然后之后我们把这样的一个模型用在刚刚讲的几十种甚至上百种的annotated database 里面。那我们最后就发现，其实每一项我们都可以给出一个 AUC。那我们最后可以找出一些比较具有高准确度及高应用价值的一个 model， 让我们可以进行进一步后续的研究。那我们这样子的一个心电图人工智慧判读平台，目前已经有150万的这个 database， 然后在全国14家国军医院以及其他18个地点，在进行这个使用。那有超过50种以上的这个预测模型被我们 identify 出来，它是一个有高准确度并且高价值的。我这边我再介绍一下我们的这个人工智慧判读平台系统。那心电图机上传完进行完检查之后，会上传到心电图保存伺服器，医师可以透过网页进行查询， ，AI 也会进行及时的分析。那当一有结果之后，发现有 high risk 就会简讯提醒，医师可以上网去复核。我这边跟大家介绍3个我们 AI ECG 的应用。第一个是高血钾检测，我们简单的就总结一下它的准确度。它准确度在高血钾症 AUC 是 0.93， 低血钾是 0.85， 那比急诊跟心脏科医师高10%的这个准确度。在外部验证的时候也显示出相似的准确度。那这个我们最重要的是，我们是发现呢，这个 false positive 的病人比起这个 true negative 的病人，他们的这个有更多的共病症，未来的状况也会更加的不好。所以这告诉了我们是说，这个心电图预测出来这个结果，无论你认为它的这个真的还是假的，你可能都要给它足够的重视。那我们进行了一个 randomized control trial， 用我刚刚讲的方法。随机的有一半的这个医师或者一半的病人，他没有被 AI 去 support， 另外一半就是接受常规的这个治疗。那这个我们主要这个 RCT 的主要的这个终点是不是病患可以接受到早期的这个就是高血钾的降钾治疗？那我们发现，我们这个 AI Marshall 的 support 之下，这个病人在1个小时之内受到降血钾治疗的比例，就从这个10几% 上升到了大概将近40%，大概是以3个小时来看的话，大概是2倍多，并且我们发现它主要有帮助的这些病患它其实是那些比较 borderline 的这些病患因为那些非常这个明显的钾离子异常的病患，那个不用 AI 辅助，医师本来就已经看得出来，所以它对那些 borderline 的疾病早期的更有帮助。第二个，我们想跟大家介绍的应用是我们的用在这个心因性猝死的这个病患。那这个每个医院都有一个自己的快速反应系统，那主要是在病患的病况恶化的状况之下，进行这个提前的这个监测跟传送一些讯息，去启动后续的这个危重症照顾。那这个是一个其中这个就主动 identify 出 at risk 的 patient， 它显然就是一个那个系统的一个核心那大多数的这个监测系统它都是基于就是一些就是 early warning score， 那像是 NEWS 或者 MUSE 之类的。那它有一些缺点，并且它有一些缺点就是它需要很多数据集成这跟刚刚前面讲的一样。那另外还有一个很大的问题是，大多数 RCT 实验就已经证明就是这些基于这个 MUSE 跟 NEWS 的这些系统他们对病患的帮助其实是有限的。为什么会有限呢？主要原因是因为我们觉得这些分数它其实只是帮助我们把已知的 vital sign 的异常把它整合起来，它并没有提供新的资讯。那所以说，当然它的效果就会有限，因为即使没有那些东西主动提示这个病人这个血压掉了，这个呼吸不正常了，那这个不需要特别的资讯系统提示，我想大家都可以看得出来。好，那 AI ECG 刚刚已经讲了，它的资讯非常丰富，它甚至可以去 detect 50几种疾病，那它的资讯其实是非常丰富的。在预测90天内全死因死亡率，它甚至比所有的集成分数都来得更加准确。那并且最重要的事情是，在这个病人还没有发生相关疾病的时候其实 AI ECG 它就有机会去提早的识别出这些疾病潜在的征兆，让我们的医师可以做 continuous monitor 或者是一些密集的这个就是处理。那这样子的话，就有机会可以把这些疾病提早找出来，然后后面就可以降低死亡率。那我们做了这个randomized control trial， 这个主要是我们这个 intervention 组就是医师因为不特定原因执行完心电图检查之后，那他可能就会经过 AI 分析 ，AI 一旦发现它是一个 high risk of mortality 的状况，它就会传一个简讯给这个就是第一线的临床医师。那第一线的临床医师就可以根据 AI 的判断，然后以及自己的这个看一下这个病人，那去进行后续的一个处置。那个 control 组的话，就直接用就是没有就是那个心电图就是没有 AI 辅助判读。好，那我们发现这样的一个AI ECG 的一个介入它其实可以降低有传简讯的那一组来讲，它降低了31%的死亡率。对 overall 来讲是降低了17%的死亡率。好，我觉得有一个最重要的地方是，对于 low risk group 来讲，就是 AI ECG不认为它 at risk 的那些病人，他死亡率也有一点点下降。好，至少这边我会觉得，他虽然是一点点下降，这样已经是非常好了。因为有另外一种可能是，它可能会提升，因为它被 AI 揭露了，它是低风险嘛，你可能会不会有去顾这样子，但它还是有一点点下降，主要是在那些low risk 但是是 borderline 到 to 那个 high risk 那群病人。好，那我们发现啊，这些病人呢，为什么这个死亡率会下降呢？主要是因为简单的一个简讯提醒，那它就会让医师启动后续的就是紧急照护的这样的一个系统，这样子。那启动这样的一个系统，意味着更多的检查，像是更多的 ICU 的更多病人因为 alert 之后住到 ICU， 在 intervention 组有 alert 的这群人，比起 control 组有 high risk 但是没有 alert 这群人 ，ICU 住院比例是 1.4 倍。使用就是提早发现这个严重心律不整，然后进行治疗的比例是 1.58 倍，进行心脏超音波检查的比例是 1.36 倍，进行一些其他 PBNP 检查的比例是 1.26 倍，他们全部都有差异。好，那我想就是在介绍第3个应用，就是我们用这个AI ECG 去预测 STEMI。STEMI 是一个医师本来就很容易可以用心电图来判读出来的，但是唯一的问题是这个cardiologist 不可能去看这个医院的每一张心电图，所以如果第一线医师做完之后，在没有 AI 的帮助之下 ，control 组他们就必须自己解释，他们认为有问题才会去问心脏科医师。但是在 AI 的这一组的话，就是 AI 会直接传简讯给心脏科医师。好，那我们发现啊，这个准确度当然是就是如同预期，我们在 retrospective 阶段得到了这样的一个结果。sensitivity 大概 88%，positive predictive value 也有到 88%。那时间因为 AI 的介入，那个等待治疗时间减少了将近中位数减少了9分钟，主要是 AI 有传简讯的这群病人。对于那些12% AI 看不出来的病人，他们的减少时间其实是没有的，这是非常符合逻辑的。有一个最重要的次要临床终点是减少误诊的状况。我们发现就是在 intervention 组整个住院整个实验期间内有7个住院的 STEMI 病患，但是 control 组只有1个。为什么会这个样子呢？我们来看一下一个例子好了。这是一个护理记录，那这个护理记录写说，这个班内病人主诉胸痛，告知值班医师XX实行12导引心电图，那值班医师表示没有疾病变化，但是 CV 总医师跑去说应该要做心导管。这个一定是有 AI 心电图 AI 提示 ，CV 总医师才有可能在值班医师没有特别去询问他的状况下，他跑过去。好，那我除了这个以外，我们还有把我们的这样的一套系统，把它部署到社区里面，为了要让更多的疾病进行早期发现。那我们这样的一套设备，大概主要就是心电图机，它是非常适合偏乡。大概不到1万块美元就可以把全部的设备全部都买齐。那这是实际上执行心电图的一个状况，大概可能会1张心电图的成本其实是小于10块美金的。那我们已经现在这张地图上面所有的点都是我们已经在这个就是实际上有心电图讯号回来到我们这边的所有的点。那这包括了非常多远离台湾本岛的地方。就是包括大家可以看到很密集的澎湖啊，或者是很靠近大陆的连江县等等的地方这样子。好，那我这边找一个就是我们的示范地点，就是小琉球。好，这个也是一个离岛，只是离台湾稍微近一点。大概有6000个居民，3000个长者。那他们资源非常的不充足，有7间诊所，但是没有任何一家医院。那我们在今年的5月开始，就是执行了系统性的筛检计划。好，那这是我们的筛检报告。我们筛检报告会发现有一些病人啊，他可能就是有一些 high risk 的状况。那我们如果这个 AI 认为是低风险的话，那它就是定期检查、做健康教育就可以了。如果发现是高风险的话，我们就会去让他去转诊至国军高雄总医院。那由于小琉球交通比较不方便的原因啊，所以说我们其实每2周让这些病人一起去，这些高风险的病人一起去这个国军高雄总医院。去国军高雄总医院的整个流程啊，因为是预先预约好，用这个病人的属性又是类似，所以说可以在1天之内 把所有的检查心脏相关的检查项目都完成。那在结束的时候，这个心脏科完整的检查报告就会交到病人的手中。那因为这些病人要去那个高雄总医院一趟也是不容易啊，所以重点是这些报告可以带回小琉球，我们跟当地的卫生所合作，他们会进行后续的，就是根据检查结果进行后续的处置。到目前为止，有784位居民参加 AI 心电图筛检计划。那我们已经找到21个心脏衰竭、7个心房颤动，然后80个有其他的心血管疾病的高风险族群。那截至目前为止，小琉球是只有784个，但是在我们刚刚看到的那张地图上面的所有的，除了军医院以外的 site， 已经超过了1500位居住在离岛的居民已经参与过这样的一个检测，包括澎湖的万安等等。那目前啊，这是我们目前已经有的这个2021年的时候，有一些地方开始已经陆续的使用我们的这套系统。那还到了今年，甚至还有国际的这个蒙古第3中央医院，然后还有一些宜兰、花莲、台东、屏东等等的这些卫生所有考虑要开始使用。那现在啊，它不只是在这个社区，在居家我们也可以利用居家装置，包括使用这个Apple Watch 或者是一些居家的心电图的装置，这样都可以进行这个讯号收集。那这些现在都成为我们电子病历系统的一部分。那病人只要使用这些装置进行检测 ，AI 进行 real time 的判读，那他也许就有机会在早期还没有出现任何征兆的时候，就被我们发现他可能有什么样的状况，要进行及时的处理。好，那我在最后的这边还就是我在除了 AI ECG 以外，我还想跟大家介绍一些我们其他已经进行到一定程度的一些就是成果。举例来说，在胸部 X 光的这样的一个整合判读平台。那在目前我们之前已经发表过一篇 paper， 我们也发现了胸部 X 光原来它也可以去诊断这个心脏衰竭。那这个是很神奇的事情啊，一样就是在我们发表这篇 paper 以前，这个没有人知道原来胸部 X 光也可以看出心脏衰竭。那这个 editor 还写了一段 comment， 他说这个他是很难相信的啦，但是 AI 就是这么准这样子。那当然，我们这件事情我们有做过这个外部验证的，我们有跟那个台中的中山附一合作，那它真的这么准，真的很神奇啊！就是有很多 AI 做到我们很多做不到的。我们整个人工智慧胸部 X 光的疾病筛检报告，目前总共有大概10几项的一个检查结果。那我这边跟大家介绍一个我们目前做的最好的一个 project， 就是我们的骨质疏松的一个筛检，4剂性筛检的一个就是试验。这个骨质疏松4剂性筛检的结果，我们利用的是病人在2022年一整年所有的胸部 X 光，他的胸部 X 光如果有超过2/3的胸部 X 光被我们认为是高风险骨质疏松，那这样子的话，我们就会在2023年的时候，其中把他们随机分派成2组，一组是 screening group， 一组是 control group。在 screening group 的，我们就会给他这个提示，就是说，哎，你好像是骨质疏松高风险族群哦，那你要不要进行进一步的处理？那我们发现，哎，等一下，哎，为什么下一页上页？好，我们最后进行这个 trial， 我们发现，在 screening group 的2490几个人里面呢，大概有315个人愿意，就是因为这样的一个提示，然后他去进行了额外的骨密度检查。那这样子的话，当然了，这些人里面又有75%的病人，他是真的有 osteoporosis 的。所以说，这个阳性预测值就是75%啊。那这些人里面又有1/3左右的病人，他们最后就进行了这个就是药物治疗。那药物治疗就意味着他后续有可能会去降低他骨折的几率。相较于 control group 来讲啊，他这个发现这个 new onset osteoporosis 的效率啊，是 control 组的11倍啊。有这样的一个提示，找出了很多就是这些病人在常规照护中通常会被忽略的这些骨质疏松病患。那这也是 AI 4剂性筛检的一个我们觉得最重要的一个效果。那病人他其实并不是去执行系统性的这个骨质密度的一个筛检，他做的是 不因为特定原因所执行的胸部 X 光，那最后我们却发现了它可能有一些其他疾病这样子。好，那未来我们正在开发的是多模态的 AI 模型。那多模态的 AI 模型是我认为目前下一个最重要的突破点。那现在的多模态 AI 模型啊，你主要的 training 的方式是把一张这个影像跟一个这个文字，然后一起丢给这个 AI 模型，然后希望它可以辨认出哪一段文字是属于哪一个影像的。直接这样讲是很难去理解他们到底是怎么用的。我们再看一个在医学里面的范例，这是去年哈佛大学的团队做出来的一个实验。我们可以看到，如果你把胸部 X 光跟胸部 X 光的报告一起喂给这只 AI，让它辨认哪一个报告是属于哪一个影像的，那你在 inference 的时候，你就可以给他2句话，问他哪一个是你的报告，问他说，你有没有肺炎啊，还是没有肺炎啊？这2个哪一个跟你的报告比较像呢？那他就会给一个相似度。那给个相似度，这样子的话，我们是不是问他任何问题，他都可以给个相似度？好，所以是没有错的，他不需要任何标签，他只需要文字，报告跟 AI 影像，它就可以直接做出我们叫 zero shot 的 prediction 这样子。好，那 zero shot prediction 的准确度如何呢？虽然说比这个是下面是他找出来的几个label 的准确度了，虽然说比起这个就是有样本的这个学习啊，它的 performance 是稍微低一点，不过没有低太多，大概低个3%到5%左右。那这个就已经非常棒了，因为这个它节省了非常非常多，就是重复开发不同模型的一个时间呐，这样子。那我们现在要来跟大家讲一下，我们未来计划是再进一步建立我们的多模态的医疗 AI。那我们的模型的左边呢，一样是输入 image 或者 signal 是可能包括这个心电图啊等等。那右边就是输入一些 structural data 或者一些 text input。我这边举一些范例好了，左边要输入一张心电图或胸部 X 光，大概是比较容易想象的。右边我们的第一个 example 是以心电图为例，我们可以输出给他另外一个心电图的报告。那这样子的话，我们就可以跟上页那篇 paper 一样，我们可以知道说那些我们报告里面有的讯息，我们可以问他说这张图是心房颤动还是 normal sinus rhythm？ 那请你2选1，觉得哪一个报告比较像是你的报告？那他给出来以后，这个我们就可以拿来做 zero shot prediction。我们再进一步的话，我们也不见得只能够把报告给他，我们还可以把这个病患的一些个人资料，比如说性别、年龄一起丢给这个他。请问一下，年龄60岁男性加上 normal sinus rhythm 是不是比较像这一张心电图的？还是别的报告才属于这个心电图的？让 AI 去判断。我们可以再进一步把心电图的报告换成其他种类的报告。那这样子的话 ，AI 是不是就有机会可以看出一些人没有办法看出来的一个就是可能性？那我们再更进一步，我们还可以除了我们可以把报告换掉以外，我们还可以把一些伺机性出现的 lab data 把它放进来。那模型就有机会可以来进行这些就是用心电图加上年龄加上性别加上不特定数目的这些检验结果来进行最终的 zero shot 的预测。它的预测方式可能会是长这个样子的。如果一张心电图或一张胸部 X 光加上你问他性别，他就会给你一个 prediction。因为性别是在刚刚 structural data 的 input 里面，你可以随机的把它 mask 住，问他这是一个什么样的性别。那你也可以问他说，这张胸部 X 光，请你预测 low ejection fraction， 他也会给你出一个数字，这个是有机会可以做到的。那他也可以进行像自动打报告之类的方式，你可以给他 ECG， 请他讲下一个字，他讲出下一个字，讲出 normal 之后，你就再把它输入回来，再请他讲下一个字，那就可能会继续往下讲，它可以自动的生成一张报告。它也可以进行就是报告跟这个影像的一个搜索，这个在做这个教育的时候非常有用啊。就是有时候我们要找 case， 我们想出了一个教案，想出了一个情境，但是找不到那个病人的胸部 X 光，或找不到那个病人的 data， 那透过这种方式，它就可以去搜索你现在打出来这份报告最像 database 里面哪一张图的你就可以把它找出来。 那第4个就是 zero shot prediction， 刚刚我们已经说过了，我们可以告诉他说这个那个心房颤动没有心房颤动，这2段文字哪一段比较像你的，那你就可以做出 zero shot prediction。好，我觉得最重要的是最右下角的这个模型最大的潜力是右下角的这个应用方式。你不见得只能够输入心房颤动跟没有心房颤动，你可以告诉他，男生50岁心房颤动和男生50岁没有心房颤动，到底哪一个更像的报告？那些其他的 structural data 会一起进来 input 进来，然后去 enhance 这样一个模型的 performance。那我们大概就是目前初步做出来的结果，它确实在抽取高阶特征的能力上面是非常非常的好的。那加上这个 text report， 它其实是在医疗，如果比起那些 structural annotation 的话，它的取得难度对我们来讲是低非常非常多的。好，那我今天大概就报告到这里，我很感谢大家的支持，然后以及团队成员，谢谢大家。
好，我们非常谢谢林教授给我们这么一场非常精彩的演讲哈。AI 如何应用在医疗来做 prediction application， 还有一些多模态的 AI 的潜在应用啊，非常的精彩。那不晓得我们先把这个时间呢，给现场的这个参与者有没有什么问题要请教林老师的？
老师好，那老师，我是俊和。那我想请问一下，就是老师之后要研发的这个多模态的学习啊，就是它可能 zero shot 的这个准确度会稍微相较于 supervised 的一个准确度是有稍微下降的部分。那这样的话，未来有没有什么方式可以去解决这样子的一个状况？还是说，其实这样的一个 zero shot 的一个准确度，其实它已经足够提供我们在这个医疗临床角色的一个发展？谢谢。
好，我觉得这是一个非常好的问题啦，就是说，对于那些我们本来就已经有 structuralized 的 data， 我们明明就可以去建构那些更好的 model， 那为什么我们还要用 zero shot 的 prediction 呢？好，所以说我们的多模态模型呢，它其实不能够它不能够只输入文字，它也要可以输入数值。那你可以输入数值的话，你就有机会可以让我们在这里看一下好了。如果有机会像这样子可以输入数值的话，你就有机会可以在训练模型的阶段，你把那个数值盖起来，然后请它对那个数值进行预测。所以说这样的一个多模态模型呢，它其实并不是单纯的说，我就是一定要未来做 zero shot 使用。你如果今天预测的标的是一个你已经 structuralized 的一个 data 的话，它一样可以丢进来。好，所以我们预期我们未来的多模态 AI 啊，它应该是这个医院以后这个原则上一开始在基础建设还没有完全架好的时候，那可能就是使用那些文字报告进来，或者是电子病历进来喂给这些 AI。但是，一旦我们结构化报告慢慢的成熟，每项目慢慢越来越多的时候，我们就会把那些结构化报告视为像类似实验室检查的一个结果，把它放到我们的 model 里面，然后让它变得更强大。它不是只有说能够单纯的对那项指标做出预测，它同时也有机会直接把那项指标应用进来，一起去增强后续模型的这个就是预测其他东西的准确度这样子。好，谢谢。
问题要请教林老师，那边好像有一位。
教授好，不好意思，可以吗？好，我想请教一下，就是我们如果在有限的人力下，先使用这种 zero shot 的模型建构一个初步的 model 之后，再比如人工标注一个小范围的模型，小范围的这个资料去做 fine tuning， 有没有机会像早上那个纳卡尼教授一样，用一个比较小的模型就做出一个比较准确的预测？谢谢。
好，这个我其实这是可以的啦，就是这样的一个基础模型，它的好处就是，因为你给它的 input 足够多，所以它抽出的这个高阶特征啊，基本上是足够好的这样子啦。那按照之前 paper， 目前我们还没有进行，我们完整的实验结果还没有出来了。不过按照之前 paper 的经验，这样子通常只会需要用到原先可能1%到5%的样本。那它就有机会在 performance 上面跟原先用100%样本做这个就是做全监督学习来到一样的好。不过就是如果你已经有这么好的高阶特征的时候，你还是把100%的标签都给它的话，那它的 performance 还会再更进一步的更好了。所以说我觉得未来应该是会有很多我们受限于资料不够的研究从不能做变成可以做，但是那些只是我们其实是有资料，只是受限于这个就是人力物力没有办法一时之间马上完成的话，那也可以有个初步结果。那但是之后可能还是要投入更多努力去把它完成。这样好，谢谢。
好，那谢谢李教授进来演讲。那我本身是风湿免疫科，然后有看到李教授未来在这个多模态的 AI 的一个潜在的运用，已经有看到很好，像高血钾，还有一些突发性死亡，还有 MI 啊，最重要的是我们还有看到一些骨质疏松，所以从 X 光片不用再去比较做高阶的一些影像检查去分析，这个骨质密度的分析。那我不知道现在在选病医学，其实我们科遇到就是所谓的降性脊椎炎，那这块部分其他很多都是以下背痛来表现。那未来是说，如果林教授这边有看有些下背痛我们可以调出之前比如说4年前他可能是没有，而他经过一个 stress， 他经过2年当兵的时候，他就被 induce 出来了。那这样以后未来在选病医学是非常重要的一个 prediction。如果可以从一个 X 光片，然后比较，这个是未来可能就是10年后，它会 induce 一个降性脊椎炎的时候，但可能要配合刚之前的 HIP-27啊，还有一些发炎指数。那以现在林教授现在目前的以 AI 多模态的应用，应该是有机会可以作为以后选病医学的应用。然后不好意思，还有第二个问题，就是现在我们发现。我们今天刚好是医学教育啊，所以其实我们看到，因为现在的医学生他们可能舒适圈过得比较舒服，所以他突然有一天晚上他变成 PGY 的时候，那个压力就来了，他没有办法一下值班接受3个4个病人，他到5、6个病人的值班的时候，他就没办法接受了。那我不知道现在很多的 OSCE 的一些练习啊，其实我们发现。他们的成绩是不是可以来未来，就是说未来有试验他在国考或是胜任的能力？那以后有没有这个林教授在现在目前有这么多的临床的数据啊？可不可以从这个他们在 OSCE 的练习就可以来预测未来他们国考或是未来的胜任能力？比如说要做过几次 OSCE 的成绩要到达60分，或者说所有的成绩，那会给医学教育一些未来的期许。学生他必须要经过试炼。他必须不只是 competition， 他必须要经过一个 challenge base 的一个 unstructured learning 之后，他才可以未来成为未来的住院医师的 PGY 的能力。以上2个小小的问题，谢谢。
好，谢谢。那对第一个问题来讲，我们现在觉得，现在可能，怎么样做这样的一个模型呢？我想就是做模型本身是没有什么太大问题了。那比较重要的是怎么样去建立这样的一个，我们就把它叫标签好了。就是我怎么去建立说，对这个疾病来讲，哪些病人在哪一个时间点，他就算是有这样的一个疾病，那在其他时刻他可能是没有这样的疾病，这样我们很容易就可以用一些很容易的研究设计，比如说提前1个月的这个什么L spine 的那个就是 X 光啊，或者是其他 data， 那你试着去建立预测模型。那不过必须讲一件事情啊，就是刚刚有强调一件事情，就是我们其实做过非常多广泛的，我们对一个影像做过非常多广泛的搜索，并没有哪一个影像它或者是哪一个单一的东西，它就可以完美的就是解决所有的 data， 所有的疾病。所以你有关心的疾病，你关心的疾病是不是真的可以用现有的 data 解决？这个不太一定。就是有可能
有可能那个可以解决它的 data 还没有出现，或者是因为各种主客观因素导致在我们医院这样的 data 比较少，那所以就没有办法做。啊，第二个的话，我是觉得就是现在就是在AI 现在已经变得越来越好了，大家可以看到它的潜力其实也是非常高的。那你可以把我是认为就是未来这个就是医师啊，在养成的阶段啊，可能要把这些就是 AI 的这个就是如何跟 AI 合作这些事情啊，要把它加入到他的教育里面。那他马上一下子面对5、6个病人，觉得这个非常恐惧，要开始承担责任的时候，这个在他认为病人没有急性变化的时候，也许这个后线就会有医师来 cover 他啦，对不对？那我想就是他这样子的话，应该可以减低很大的压力，这样子。好，谢谢。
好，那不知道现场的这个参与者还有没有与会嘉宾还有没有什么问题要请教林教授？林教授，我有一个问题想请教，这个是平民的问题哦，不是很高深。你刚刚这边特别有一张使用心电图的穿戴式装置，那其实就是可以去做结合哈，那来做一些 prediction。那我大概手上都有什么这个 Apple Watch， 那所以就你们的这个观点，它怎么去做结合哈？那可以做，就是说。事实上，当然，我不知道大家有没有机会参加上次那个 Stanford School of Medicine 的 Professor Miner 来有提到，他说其实这样的 AI 介入医疗，最终它有一个蛮重要的目的，就是要 promote EDI 哈，就是说可以让病人去消弭一些健康不平等，然后可以让 reach 到一些社区偏乡哈。那所以就像这样，就是说，怎么用穿戴装置？那又怎么去透过这个 AI 医疗，能真正去 promote 这个所谓的 quality 哈，就是这个医疗照护的品质，或者去消弭这个健康不平等这个部分，可不可以请你？
好，谢谢那个吕院长的这个提问。那首先就是穿戴式装置的部分啊，就是我们事实上就是已经以 Apple Watch 来讲，因为某些 Apple Watch 它是可以测心电图啦，那所以就心电图的部分，我们其实已经有开发，就是说，可以就是直接在心电图做完 Apple Watch 的心电图，那就可以得到一个 AI 预测的报告，这个是没有问题的。那我们可能会预期在最近几个月就会正式的 announce 了。当然，就是现在也可以先试用这样子。好，那个另外就是在消弭健康不平等，就是使用更多设备收集这个讯息这一部分。那目前我是非常同意，在我的报告里面有强调，有没有提到一件事情呢？但是我一直有记住，就是我们可能就是未来很多疾病它的好的刺激性筛检工具。可能现在根本就没有在电子病历系统里面。那我这边也许有一些疾病，它其实是可以透过其他的这个我们就把它叫 IoT 装置好了。也许是监视器在这个照路上的行人的时候录到你的脸部的表情变化，也许就会相对应的是某一些疾病。那这个或者是你自己在居家测的这个血压机，或者是其他的这个穿戴式装置的讯息，如果它也成为电子病历的一部分的话，那这个 AI model 就有机会可以从这种就是多来源的资料，然后去找到你可能有一些什么疾病这样子。所以我相信未来啊，在就是电子化越来越完整的时候啊，这个各个地区的这个资料。只要它就是各个不管是偏乡或什么，他们虽然没有很高贵的设备这样子，但是他们总是能够满足可能在完整的这个电子病历云里面40%的资料，他们只有40%的种类，那他们也许就可以 cover80%以上的疾病。那这样其实就很大程度上，至少跟现在是至少会降低很多现在的差距这样子。 但是对于某些比较就是真的要比较昂贵机器才也没有适当的司机性筛检工具的疾病，那可能就是还需要更多努力这样。谢谢。好，可以。
是提到所谓的这个数据的这个收集，或者 data 的收集，那不知道这边怎么去考量到所谓不管是在伦理或者是 privacy 上面的这些 issue， 那不晓得就是说，可能你们都有去做多元考，只是我可能在您刚刚的演讲上可以多做一点补充。
好，就是当然就是这些数据要进入我们的电子病历资料，那一定是要病人同意的啦。所以就是比方说像 Apple Watch 好了 ，Apple Watch 我们一定是说这个你如果想要试用这样的一个 App 的话，你也可以去同意，你可以去勾选说你到底想不想要让它进入这个就是医院的电子病历系统里面。那进入了好处，那不进入也有不进入的好处。不进入的好处当然就是那当然就是你资料你会觉得会很有隐私这样子。那进入的好处是，那你才有机会让它跟其他的 data 做 cross talk， 然后让它产生更准确的预测结果去给你这样子。那所以我想就是这个都会是交给个人判断，因为这些 IoT 装置之后一定是在各个居家或者其他的个人的私领域，那要不要把这些私领域的 data 就是分享上来？这个就是由个人去决定这样。谢谢。
不晓得，那我们因为时间上是不是也差不多时间已经事实上我要有点 overtime 哈。那我们非常再次谢谢林教授给我们这一场很精彩的演讲，也谢谢各位，谢谢。
谢谢李院长，谢谢林教授。那我们目前会有5分钟的转换，那待会儿会回到我们现场有颁奖典礼，谢谢。 好，接着是我们的颁奖典礼啊，我们在中午进行了 AI 以及性别医学的口头及海报竞赛。那首先颁发 AI 口头竞赛，第1名刘维廷先生。第2名李俊和先生。第3名李乔静先生。接着是 AI 海报组，第1名陈新慧小姐，第2名陈凯杰先生。接着为性别医学组口头组第1名甘信惠小姐。第2名徐婉婷小姐。第3名裴真佑先生。性别医学海报组第1名赖崇宇先生。第2名蔡奎汉先生。第3名丁可璇小姐。佳作许俊伦小姐。以及杨慧文小姐。恭喜以上得奖者。接着我们恭请国防医学院医学系主任李俊泰教授为我们致闭幕词。
陈校长，我们在座各位的嘉宾哈，那今天真的是一整天哦，这样的非常丰盛的学术飨宴呐哈。那我们都一直在强调，在医学教育哈，一定要有一些创新，还有一些非常重要的一个思维哈，去让我们的学生们能够学习哈。那在医学系上面，我想这个是非常重要哈。那我们今天这个题目就是很创新的哈，就是有 AI 的概念哦，那对 gender difference 有一些很好的论述。那也请我们国内外的专家们来一起来跟我们讨论，真的是收获满满了。那这样的一个活动一定要持续的办下去那在国内外都有一个很好的一个进行那包括将来 Amy 的这样的参与这都是不能缺席的那我们刚刚在台湾性别医学学会的那边的开会也都是有同样的想法就是大家要手牵手心连心那在这个医学教育上面能够贡献我们的心力这样的一个作为一定会让我们的医疗成为我们的护国神山啦现在已经是了啦，但是这个护国神山一定要越大越好越强越好这个是很谢谢大家的地方今天真的是会议非常的充实那大家都学习到非常多把这样的一个很创新的思维再带回去好好的再演练一下那虽然有很多辛苦的地方，比如说今天 suppose 大家应该要休息但是我觉得这个 非常宝贵的时间哈。那不管怎么样，还有1天可以休息哈，所以祝大家有一个很美好的假日哈大家以后都是能够平安健康哈把这个健康的议题，不管是在我们医疗公社上不断的推行也要用在自己身上就是追求健康，必须要自己要有说服力就是说我们自己也要非常注意健康那这边我们就会议圆满的结束谢谢大家。
谢谢李教授，国防医学院112年的研讨会在此告一个段落。谢谢现场以及线上参加的同学，我们明年见，谢谢。